Only one clock. No more ambiguity about that. All right. I hereby call this meeting of the Mountain View Wisdom School District Board of Trustees to order. Roll call, please.
Ellen Wheeler,
Tamara Wilson.
Laura Blakely,
Oh. You're in time for roll call.
Greg Coladonato.
Yeah.
Just a few seconds.
Jose Gutierrez Jr.
Okay, all trustees are present and accounted for. Approval of agenda. May I get a motion?
so moved.
Second.
All in favor of approving the agenda?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. 5 in favor. That was motion by Wheeler and seconded by Trustee Wilson. Okay, opportunity for members of the public to address the board concerning items on the closed session agenda. Anyone like to comment on the closed session agenda? Hearing none, I now adjourn the meeting to closed session at 5:33.
I don't know. I don't know how to use
Uh,
this,
let me
but I
check
think
it
I
out. I'll
can.
send you an invite. We are ready to do this.
The time is 6:20 p.m. We will reconvene our open session of the Mount View Wisdom School District Board of Trustees meeting. Let us start off with the pledge. Who will help us with the pledge today?
Today we have students from Huff Elementary.
Jeff, how are you, Jeff?
I think that's not on.
It is not.
Yes, please. You could turn around so you can see the camera.
The camera's aiming at you.
That's cool.
Let's look at the flag, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I'll just.
Hey,
Oh,
now
there
it
we
is.
go.
You got
Yay.
it.
All right. All right. Thank you, everyone. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And Mr. Chang, will you introduce your students to us, please?
We have Wesley, Riley, Olivia, and Natalie.
Right.
And you're
Thank
going to be
you.
hearing
Great
from them
job.
in a moment.
All right. Thank you. I'd like to report that for a closed session, there was no action taken. We will now move on to consent agenda. Do I have a motion for the consent agenda?
Are we having something about a revised consent agenda right now? Yes. And do we want to do this now or do we want to do this later? Okay. Yeah, so are we approving the consent agenda minus the personal report?
No.
Okay,
Move to
so
approve
I
the
move
consent
to
agenda.
approve the consent agenda with revised personnel report.
Second.
Moved by trustee Wheeler, seconded by trustee Wilson. All those in favor? Aye. Motion passes
Aye.
unanimously. Thank you, Greg. School showcase. Huff School is up.
Good evening, everyone. Today, we have the privilege of sharing with you a very special initiative at Huff this year, one that embodies so much of the message of positivity and inclusivity that we all strive to send. The Student Bucket Club. The bucket refers to the self-worth/kindness metaphor from the book, Have You Filled Your Bucket Today? And filling buckets means to build a person's self-worth, and whether that's the person themselves or it's someone else. So the Huff Student Bucket Club is a group of student leaders who did some really fantastic things to help us all fill our buckets this year at Huff. And before I go any further, I'd like to share a little video on the next slide. And please enjoy. So before the students share about the activities that they ran at Huff this year, I'd like to invite our club facilitator, Julie Krebscheid, to speak a little bit about the vision and mission of the group.
Thank you, Mr. Chang. Before I forget, I want to give a thanks to our principal for really supporting our group and our club this year. It's been amazing for me as a parent. I'm actually graduating from elementary school here and going on to middle school. So Natalie's my youngest. So this was an incredible opportunity to have as a parent volunteer in our community. So I wanted to say thank you. I also wanted to give a special thank you to Miss Smith, who heard this proposal last year from my daughter and this group of ambassadors about what they wanted to do and how they wanted to supplement Project Cornerstone in our schools. So the mission was to have a club that helps the students practice being upstanders by focusing on activities that seek to fill the buckets of the Huff students. And these activities were also meant to support the Project Cornerstone initiatives that we had throughout the year. So one of the things we did in the beginning of the year was to just brainstorm a bunch of fun activities that, guidelines. All Huff students have to be able to participate in these activities, that they were led by the 5th grade student bucket team, but it had to be open to everybody. And we would have monthly meetings at recess time, so it would be open to all Huff students because they were already there on campus. And so again, my job was to just really help facilitate this. So we brainstormed a bunch of fun activities, and then what I did is I took a look at the Project Cornerstone curriculum and tried to partner some of these activities in a way that made sense for the initiatives. So I'll have Natalie come up here with me. Natalie's my daughter. And she's the one that actually came up. I got to give her the credit. She came up with this idea. And so do you want to explain our first activity for September was, let me look, was Being You. And the book that we read that month was Stand Tall. And so the theme for that month was Be Yourself. So Natalie, can you talk a little bit about this activity?
So
Just talk loud.
the part of we decided that being you, we wanted people to understand that they're special and that you don't need to act like others. You don't need to be others. You just need to be yourself. So we made the Student Bucket Club wrote on this feedback form what we should do to make others feel special and important. And so we decided that we would pass out little name tags and it would say, I'm special because, and they would write why they're special and wear it the whole day.
On a sticker.
And so it was super fun to see people wearing these amazing stickers and feeling proud of themselves. And so we also in the morning decided to make posters. So we did that at the meeting also, and we made posters and it said all these things that like you are special, you're important, be you. And so we got up in the morning really early, got the ambassadors and held the signs up and just talked to people and say you are special and held the signs up and make them feel special. And so that was that day.
That was September, and that was our kickoff for Student Bucket Club. We wanted it to be simple, fun, but encouraging. Then in October, we partnered with the Unity Day because our theme was actually My Secret Bully. And so it went in perfectly with this idea of friends don't hurt friends. So Natalie, why don't you talk about that second picture there about what the Student Bucket Club did?
So the second picture, we decided to make posters again. And it was about doing like upstanders are cool, and it's like you don't need to be that cool person who bullies people to be a cool person. You can be an upstander, and it was like friends don't hurt friends. We made posters like that, and we hung them up, and we also waved them like we did last time. And we also decided that like the bowling, like the don't bully color, we decided it to be orange. So we said everybody get your orange shirt on and wear it on this Monday, and we will celebrate not bullying each other. So we decided that we would all wear orange, and it was so amazing to see almost everybody at school wear this orange shirt and not want to be the target and want to help people who are the target not be bullied. So it was just super fun to see that.
Thank you, Steve. All right. So now the next slide, we'll have Miss Olivia come up. In November, our book was Don't Laugh at Me. And it basically was about stopping the cycle of teasing. So why don't you talk a little bit about what we did in the Student Bucket Club for November?
So the first thing we did to prepare for this activity is we made these necklaces that you see on the slide, and we wrote it ourselves and we made it ourselves so that the people that we gave it to knew that we cared, and we made it ourselves again. So it was just a project that all of the students did, and then so at recess, we took all these like recess respect awards and gave them to kids around the school that were showing kindness and leadership and were acting kind to others. And the thing that I liked best about this was we got to look for people that were doing something special and weren't being mean or anything, and that stood out to us, and we would give them that award, and so that they would understand that they were special and they were giving respect to others. And I remember that I was on the blacktop, and the person I gave it to was a little bit younger. It was in like first grade, and I gave it to them because they were showing that they were not being rude about getting out in a game, and they were very honest, and they went to the back of the line because they knew that they had gotten out, and they were being very honest.
Thank you. So then we took a pause in December, and in January we had a Spirit Week, and we had a couple of different days. We started with a bubble day on Monday, pajama day on Tuesday. We did a civic appreciation day on Wednesday. We did a silly sock and outfit day on Thursday, and then a dance and move day on Friday. It was a really great week. And I just want to give kudos that the Student Bucket Club went to the kindergartners during these activities and helped lead them in their bubble and dance and move day. And so Wesley, why don't you come on over and talk to us a little bit about your thoughts about Spirit Week?
So Spirit Week was just to have fun and get really in depth with the school. And so we had like bubble day, pajama day, silly sock day, and dance day. That was really fun. I think my favorite was bubble day because we got to go to the kindergartners and then help them with the bubbles. And then it was really fun to see them going around blowing the bubbles and having so much fun. And then we also had Civic Appreciation Day, which we wrote like little letters to the police department and fire department about what we appreciated about them. And so that was really fun. And they're coming to our school, and we're going to hand those out to them
Next week.
Yeah, next week, and that's going to be really fun. And we helped like get people, we told people about this, and then we all had like our pajama day was really fun, and then we had our dance day, which was just like dancing and moving, and then we helped facilitate that. And yeah, it was really fun.
Thank you, Wesley. Okay, then we're going to just highlight March's activity, and that book in March was Renee. I think it was Renee Has Two Last Names, and it was talking about just celebrating people's diversity. So one of the things that they came up with in the summer is we'd love it if we could have our heroes come to lunch with us one day. And I think part of that idea was maybe they could get In-N-Out Burger at school, but we turned it into something really special where the students got to invite their heroes. So Riley, why don't you come tell us about Heroes Day?
So for Heroes Day, we started out by thinking of some questions and ways to tell our heroes that we really appreciated what they did for us. And then our fund visor, she pared it down to the ones that she thought was best. And she made a certificate for the heroes. And right before they did it, we invited our heroes to come to lunch and hang out and just tell them how much we appreciated them. And so I really liked how everybody was just having fun with their heroes and appreciating each other. And I liked most about the event that I got to invite my hero, which is my dad, invite him to lunch because he really means a lot to me. He keeps inspiring me to go forward. So I really liked Heroes Day.
And before Mr. Chang comes back up here, I just wanted to say that today our Student Bucket Club, which by the way, we have 90 some fifth graders, but we had about 30 participants from fifth grade at our Student Bucket Club throughout the year. And so today they got to do their, we did an award celebration where I brought in donuts and I gave every member a certificate. And I'd just like to read to you the certificate I wrote that I gave them today, because I feel like this really encapsulates what we did. I said, Student Bucket Club member, you were part of a Student Bucket Club that practiced being upstanders. You helped facilitate school-wide activities with the purpose that all students could participate and hopefully get their buckets filled in the process. You supported Project Cornerstone initiatives. You chose to give of your own time to help others. You are thoughtful. You practice being inclusive. You were a role model to other students, and you made Huff a better place. Thank you so much for being a special part of the Student Bucket Club. I am so proud of you. Love, Julie Grabscheid, Fund Visor for Huff Elementary School, 2016-2017.
So what else is there to say that the kids and Julie have not already said? That they're pretty amazing. I just want to acknowledge that some of the many reasons why that Huff is a special place is because of parents like Julie, kids like these guys, Project Cornerstone, and of course the Student Bucket Club. By promoting bucket filling, kindness, and appreciation, they contribute to our school culture in a hugely positive way. In fact, Julie and Natalie were nominated for and won a Project Cornerstone of Silicon Valley Trailblazer Award. They're going to be accepting this honor at a special event next week. So we are super proud of them. And it's truly been an honor to work with this special group. And I want to personally thank all of them, all 30 of them, and especially the 4 here today for what they have done for our school. So once again, thank you so much, Student Bucket Club. And they're actually off to the library to give the appreciation letters to our librarians right now. So thank you all.
Thank you, Jeff.
And Wesley, Riley, Olivia, and Natalie. How about that?
Hey, it's a free country. Go for it.
Free country.
I mean that in a nice way.
Thank you.
Thank you, Huff community. Communications. Any updates from employee organizations? Any representatives? Nope. District committees? Superintendent?
Just want to remind everyone that next Monday, we will be hosting a session for the community to understand how we arrived at our 2 boundary proposals. This will take us, it will take us through every single iteration and sort of explain the rationales, how we came up with these 2, and that we are starting tomorrow, entering the second phase of our thought exchange process to get community feedback, with the goal of having a presentation at the board meeting on the 1st, and then a possible vote on boundaries at the 15th. And that will be held at Crittenden from 6:30 until 8, or is it 6 to 8?
6:30, I think.
6:30 to 8.
In the new
in the new auditorium. And then that also on Tuesday, we will be dedicating the new auditorium or doing an opening ceremony both for the new auditorium as well as for the Innovation Center. And so that will take place. And they actually have 2 sets of music pieces that are coming up over there. But we're going to have the big one. And so actually Sherry from Artique is here. So we will see her on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, we actually will have our reclassification ceremony, which also will be at Graham's auditorium, or is it Crittenden? Why is everybody's looking at me? All right. It's in one of the 2 new auditoriums. It's at Crittenden's auditorium. So these are beautiful facilities. I can't remember whose is larger by 3 seats, but it's going to be an amazing day on Tuesday also.
Wait, reclassification is not in the sports complex? That's what the calendar
Oh, is it?
says.
Then it's in the sports complex.
We'll see you.
Calendar
We'll
knows.
see you there.
I will
We'll see
I
you at
will
Crittenden
follow
for sure.
whatever my schedule
big-
says.
Graham Sports Complex?
No, the
Or
Crittenden.
Crittenden?
The
Sports
Crittenden
Complex.
Sports Complex. I will be
The
there
basketball court.
because my phone will tell me to show up.
Yeah, you just go where it says.
Yes.
Turn left.
And then there was also, it might be a good idea to also let the community know about the meeting, the city council meeting, and the presentation that you and Dr. Harding had the chance to speak to
Sure.
briefly.
I can't even remember which day it was. It's
I
Tuesday.
I was there with you.
Tuesday.
I don't remember
Tuesday.
either, but
I know. On Jose, it was your anniversary too.
yes.
Which
Yeah, that's a different.
it's a totally different thing. But Shannon, you are great for allowing him to come out
Yeah.
on his anniversary. But so Tuesday, we President Gutierrez Jr. and I, as well as Dr. Harding from Mountain View Los Altos and Jack Schrader, who's the demographer that we're using, sat and listened to a presentation from City Council. They are trying to finalize their North Bayshore plan. And so both Dr. Harding and I spoke about the impact that it would have on our school district. If they approve the plan as stated, it would bring us somewhere in the neighborhood of about 2,300 kids. And to put that in perspective, there's only 5,100 kids that are currently within our district. So it is a sizable amount. And in the EIR, the environmental impact report that they originally had, it actually stated that there was no impact on the actual school district. And so we were there to sort of remind them that there is going to be an impact, but also I made a mention that as they consider affordable housing in the North Bayshore area, that they should also think about the minimums and maximums that they actually use. We have several staff members who either cannot qualify or especially when you get to the higher end, because the set amount, if you think about it, I think the above market rate is set at 114,000. So if you think if I'm a couple and we happen to make $120,000 because of our two $60,000 incomes, we actually do not qualify for the below market rate house, but it doesn't mean that we technically could afford or to live in Mountain View. And so I just also implored them that we have 87% of our based off of last year's survey, 87% of our teachers and staff live outside of the city. 33.7% live in Contra County. Contra Costa County. I'm going to learn these places. And so that's a pretty far drive, and somewhere in the neighborhood of about 60% drive 20 minutes or more. And so I just wanted to also reiterate the need for them to just take into staff as part of consideration. And this is not a new issue. They also mentioned that it's not just teachers, it's also police officers, it's also city workers. And so the goal is to help reduce traffic in Mountain View, is to find other ways to get more people to live here. And then the last thing I have is I want to introduce you to our new assistant principal. So we're going to ask Heidi Galassi to come up here. She currently is the math coach over at Graham. She has been a math teacher. Actually, she's a math coach at both schools. And so we are pleased. She used to be an actuary, which means that she loves data just as much as I do. And so we're really pleased to have her join us. She came to us from Chicago. It's been a blessing to have her here, and we're excited for her to continue in our district. And so I'm going to turn it over to her so that she can sort of introduce herself.
Who's going to hold the mic down for me is the question. There we go.
That works.
Hi, I'm Heidi Galassi from Chicago. It's the accent. I know. It's toned down quite a bit, actually. I'm completing my 3rd year at Graham and 3rd year in Chicago. Oh, no. In California. In California, I'm not going back. And, from day one, I was super impressed by the whole Graham community, the parents, the students, the staff, administration in our district. And I continually am impressed. All the way up to the beautification weekend that we had a couple of weekends ago. I was wheelbarrowing mulch, and it's so impressive. I love it. And I'm looking forward to a great year next year. I'm going to do my best to build on the successes that Graham already has, and it's going to be a great year. I'm looking forward to it. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Okay. Community comments. This is the time reserved for community members to address the board on items that are not on the agenda. Do we have any members of the committee that would like to speak to items not on the agenda? Being that we have none, we will move on to review and action. Board policy number 3230, federal grant and funds. Who is the presenter? Dr. Rudolph?
Probably Dr. Rudolph for all of us.
I do have a stack. Yes, it's over here.
Yeah.
All these have you as a person presenting.
Okay. So who's this? Somebody had to do this.
Typically, the superintendent does all the policies on the agenda.
That's a good way. Actually, they actually do their own, and we'll bring it. But so this one is federal grants. You have it? No? Okay. So what we are asking, this is an update on a policy. I have it right here. It's actually new?
Yeah.
Okay, so the district is in the process of updating its policies and guidelines with CSBA. Board policy, this one is about federal grant funds. And that we're asking you to approve the board policy 3230 on its first reading. And what it asks is that the governing board recognizes the district's responsibility to maintain fiscal integrity and transparency and the use of all funds awarded through federal grants. The district shall comply with all requirements detailed in any grant agreement and awarding agency with the federal uniform administrative requirements, cost principles, and audit requirements for federal awards specified.
I move that.
Do we have any questions from the
approve-
trustees? Nope. Any community comments?
I move that we approve board policy number 3230.
Second.
Moved by trustee Wheeler, seconded by trustee Wilson. All those in favor? Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Board policy number 4030, non-discrimination in employment. Again, Dr. Rudolph.
No.
Okay. All right. Can I get my paper back?
These come from the departments that they originate out.
So we have another new policy, I believe, non-discrimination in employment. And it's recommended by CSBA to not discriminate in employment. So we would like to have you approve this policy. This is the first reading, so you'll approve it either now or on a second reading if you have questions.
Any questions?
It's a brand new policy.
No questions. Committee comments? Being that there are none. Motion?
I move that we approve the policy.
Second.
Moved by trustee Blakely, seconded by trustee Wheeler. All those in favor? Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, trustees. Board policy number 4119.11/4219. .11/4319.11, sexual harassment.
This is an updated policy. There's a small change adding in interns, volunteers, and job applicants to not be, to be part of the non-harassment policy. So we would like you to approve that.
Any questions, trustees? Committee comments? Motion, please.
Motion to approve policy.
Can I say, and I didn't say it before, when we make a motion, we should say what the motion is for. So you should literally say what the board policy. number
If it's
is.
accessible to you, Ms. Wilson, go ahead. If not, I have the form here.
Is it the 3 numbers in a row?
Yes,
that I
yes.
see?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So move to approve board policy 4119.11, board policy 4219.11, and board policy 4319.11.
Second.
Okay, and just to follow through with trustee Wheeler's perspective, in that case, if we're going to do that, sexual harassment at first reading as presented. Moved by trustee Wilson, seconded by trustee Wheeler. All those in favor? Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, trustees. Board bylaw number 9323, meeting conduct.
So next board policy that we have up here, what we're asking for you to approve is basically, it asks for when we have translation services that we have to actually double the amount of time that we give to any speaker. So instead of 3 minutes, you would actually provide 6 minutes.
Any questions by the board? Committee comments? Motion, please.
I move that we approve board bylaw number 9323 regarding meeting conduct as presented at first reading.
Second.
Moved by trustee Blakely, seconded by trustee Wheeler. All those in favor? Aye.
And I'd like to make a comment that this practice has been part of our norms for many, many years, and it's in our brochures back there by the door.
Thank you, trustees. Thank you, Madam Wilson, and trustee Wheeler and Ms. Blakely and Greg for that
Thank you.
vote. Board bylaw number 9240, board training.
Correct. We are seeking approval of the next board policy. The gist of this one is that the board is encouraged to continually look for professional development opportunities through CSBA or any other organization to help improve your craft as trustees. That's the short of it.
Any questions from the trustees? Any community comments? Come on, there's got to be somebody. This is your chance. Okay. All right. Motion, please.
Move to approve board bylaw number 9240, board training on as presented in first reading.
Second.
Is that right?
Moved by trustee Wheeler, seconded by trustee Baldonado. All those in favor? Aye. Motion passes unanimously.
And just as a FYI, I actually have the governance and the masters in governance training schedule. So I will be sending that out to the board. For anyone that wants to attend, we'll discuss that at the future days, a series of them.
I took all those classes and I thought they were mostly pretty worthwhile. I
As
encourage
did
anybody
I.
to take those.
So you're done. I know you began
I
last year.
graduated. I
Yes,
graduated
great.
from that.
That's
Yes.
awesome.
You are a master of government.
I'm going to move over one column of a master's. My pay.
Review and discussion, Seamless Summer 2017 Meal Program, 10-minute presentation. Who has the honors?
I have the honors.
All righty.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Debbie Austin. I'm the
Thank you.
food service director.
Can you scoot your microphone?
Down from the Dr. Rudolph level.
Is that a little better?
Yes, thank you.
I'm here to talk about Seamless Summer. The Seamless Summer program allows school districts to ensure Thank you. The students in the district are fed during the summer months when school's not in session. In the summer of 14-15, we did roughly 15,000 meals. Last summer, we did 39,185 meals. This summer, we hope to do 50,000 meals. Last summer, I drove around the city and I noticed that a lot of the children weren't in our programs. They weren't participating in anything basically in the summer. They were either hanging out in parking lots of their apartment, or they were in Rangsdorf Park or Klein Park just playing. They weren't eating. So we decided to model a summer program this year. We're going to do mobile feeding. We'll be the first district in this area to do mobile feeding. We're partnering with Second Harvest Food Bank. Also, Stanford Pediatric Hospital is going to do a report on us. They want to see how much the food will impact the children in the summer. So we hope to reach everybody in the city that's under 18 years of age, and the meals will be free. We will be reimbursed by the federal government under the National School Lunch Program. As we end the 2016-2017 school year, as of April 30th, there are approximately 1,765 students, or 34% in Mountain View, who qualify for the National Free and Reduced Meal Program. I think we have more children than that. Unfortunately, a lot of families don't want the stigma of being free and reduced. And a good thing about the summer program, we don't need your name, we don't need your income, we just need you to be hungry and we'll feed you. The Seamless Summer Program is open to any and all individuals that are 18 old and younger. Also, there's been studies done that the parents that bring the children are also hungry. And I talked to the state and I got their approval that if we cover our costs, we can feed the parents. So there'll be a minimal charge if the parents want to eat. We won't turn them away, as the government has done in previous years. So I did get the approval of the state. The district this year will provide breakfast, lunch, and snack to the students who attend the district's summer school program. We're feeding at Theragoff, Crittenden. Both sites will be open pretty much from the first day of school to the last day of summer school. Crittenden will go through August 4th because we have a lot of programs at Crittenden. I'm also talking to the YMCA, and we're going to feed them up until the first day of school because they have children at Theragoff they can't afford to eat. They have a program there with about 50 to 60 children. So basically this summer, we aren't closed. We're open every single day from the last day of school until the first day of school. And I'm blessed in that we have staff that are willing to work to forego their vacations and feed the children this summer. We're also working in concert with various community entities. The district will serve breakfast and lunch. As I said, we're partnering with the Second Harvest Food Bank. We're also partnering with Stanford Pediatric Hospital. The distribution sites this year will grow. We're going to use the multi-use room at Crittenden Middle School, which will provide breakfast for our students. Then it will open up to provide Seamless Summer Program to all for lunch, so it's actually an open site along with Theragoff. The district will provide meals to both the Park and Rec Department, the Mountain View Police Department, and the YMCA, and will serve meals at various locations. We're also going to serve at Rangsdorf Park, Klein Park, and we're also partnering with the Mountain View Library this year. We were able to get the library as a service area, even though there's low free and reduced in that area because it's the only library in the city. So the state has approved the site. We think that might be our busiest site due to, I believe the librarian said they have 2,500 to 2,600 people that pass through every day. A lot of them are children during the day, and they have music in the park on Tuesdays. So we're going to feed immediately after music in the park, which will ensure that we get at least a couple hundred children at that site. At Rangsdorf Park, I'm just guessing, I've counted over 100 children that are in the skate park and the pool, and they don't participate in programs. So the mobile feeding, we aren't really for sure how many we'll feed, but I'm guessing it's going to be at least 300 or 400 additional children. So this summer, we're hoping to do 50,000 plus meals, if not more. As I said, new this year, we'll have the mobile feeding from our truck. We've already ordered banners to go on the sides of the truck, and we're putting up several banners at the sites. We're going to advertise heavily and let everybody know that meals are available. Also, again, we're being partnered and sponsored by Second Harvest Food Bank. And there are flyers that are out to the public. And that's it. Are there any questions?
Trustees, any questions? I've got a quick question.
Yes.
So your advertisement will be both in Spanish and English or just English?
Spanish and English. They're already in Spanish and English.
All right.
The banners are in Spanish and English. Our newspaper articles will be in Spanish and English. Second Harvest Food Bank is working with, I believe it's most of the news stations in the area, and they have time for nonprofit announcements, and they're going to see to it that it does get announced. Also, Second Harvest has a partnership with Century 21 Theaters, so we'll be advertised as Century 21 Theaters. So we're basically trying to reach everybody that we think would be in need.
Sure. And then and on that note, at the Rainstorm Park, they've got the advertisement section with the banners, where the skate park's at. And I think if we can approach the city to see if we can use that space, maybe we could put a banner up with that info as well.
They've already given us the okay.
Thank you. All
Only
right.
next door.
Yep, only makes, no, I know. But you get a lot of traffic there, which is great. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
German International School of Silicon Valley proposal, 30 minutes. Dr. Rudolph.
All right, so we have representatives from the German school who are going to make a formal request to make it improvements under section 11A.1 or .2. They can formally seek approval, and we have 45 days to provide a response. The next steps after this would be for us to review their plans. We are requiring them to submit it to DSA. They do use a architect that happens to be that we've used in our district before. So we still will review it along with Greystone West, as well as consult with legal to make sure. But just know that the clock has officially started ticking, and June 23rd is the day that you would have to provide them with a response. I'm going to turn it over to Sherry from Artique.
Hi everyone, I'm Sherry Sajipour with Artique. Before I start that, I do want to say I'm really excited about this Graham ribbon cutting. I've been basically, my second office has been at Graham the past 5 years now. So we're done. I'm very excited about that project. I'm representing German School tonight. They have their annual shareholders meeting, so I'm their representative tonight. I'll go over the scope of the project, and you could ask questions. Hopefully I can answer all your questions. This is the, last time we were here, we presented the master plan. Unfortunately, they weren't able to get funding for the master plan. So we were directed to come up with a much smaller project that could accommodate their current programs as well as a minimal growth with a very limited budget. So that's resulted in portables. So this is the existing campus, and as you can see, the only place the only place that they have room is on the back of the campus where that the basketball court is. So we are looking at adding 5 modular classrooms and a restroom building, as you can see towards where the trees are at the end. That's going to become their middle school cluster. This is a K through 12 school, so that's going to become their German and Chinese middle school cluster. So the purple classroom is the Chinese program, and the greens are the German program. Because of that, because the portables are all the way on the backside of the campus, the fire department is requiring a fire truck access path. So we're providing the loop. I don't know if you can see right along the perimeter of the field and going through and all the way on the south side of the campus. At the same time, because that was their only sort of hard court facility play area, where we looked at by rotating, by reconfiguring the existing field and the baseball field and the soccer field, we were able to fit the 2 basketball courts that you see up in the red area north of all the portables along, again, the perimeter of the creek. So we're adding a little hardscape area there, rotating the baseball diamond, and we're regrading and improving the irrigation and the existing turf there to accommodate a youth size soccer field. during the master planning, we had reviewed these with the city. So these are based on the sizes that they gave us because this field is heavily used by the community and the school. So it'll be open to the community and as well as the basketball courts during weekends and outside of school hours, obviously. That's about it. The cost for this project, we're leasing the portables. So the cost for the project, including the field and all the site work, is at 4.1. This is our estimate right now, 4.1 million. We're looking at starting programming and design starting in June to get to DSA in October and hopefully start construction in November to be occupied after ski break in February. So if you have any questions.
Trustees, any questions?
I have questions for staff. So what is the district's and the board's obligation to approve requested changes to the site?
So depending on what, and this is a question we would have to have for the German school, is whether or not they want to use point 1, which means that it would be a reimbursable expense, meaning that when they vacate, we would have to reimburse the district. We would have to reimburse them for any improvements, which obviously would be on a scale depreciation. Or if they decide to go for reimbursable, which is under point 2, then you cannot reasonably withhold the improvements.
What would be a reasonable reason to not approve something?
Unreasonable.
Unreasonable.
What
Sorry.
would not be what would be a reasonable reason to not approve something?
If they decided that they were not going to go through DSA and simply drop a portable there because they had one sitting at another campus and not follow the rules.
Okay, that'd be a reason we could say no.
Yes.
What if we just don't like, hypothetically, if we say, we don't like that, that's not reasonable enough.
Not under point 2.
There has to be some
Correct.
basis. Now, is there any, should we give direction as to whether we think this is a point 1 or point 2 approve? Like, we're taking no, we're not just discussing tonight.
Yeah.
And so what, should we be giving any sort of direction or no?
You can. We have 45 days. The clock has already started ticking because of when they submitted the letter. So June 23rd is today, which means that by June 15th, which would be the last board meeting if there was anything else, but this is your opportunity to ask any questions and sort of weigh in terms of where you want to go. But I think part of this is that, obviously we would need to see it's a $4 million improvement to the district, to district building. And so if you have to figure out is it something that when their lease ends that we want to reimburse them for, or if it's something that you're saying that, hey, you're doing this at your own volition, but you have the right to do it under the current terms of the lease. That's essentially the two choices you have.
Does the $4 million include the cost of leasing the portables?
Yes, that's what I was going to say. So the portables will be returned, so that cost will be taken out of this $4 million.
And do you know approximately what percentage?
Approximately, it's about $300,000.
Okay, thank you.
Do you, just curious about the design with the new fire lane going around the hard surface? Is that what you called it for the basketball
Yes.
court that's going in? How many of those trees are going to be removed? And is that on the Stevens Creek easement or is that
No, no,
city
no.
owned
So
or?
the-
Okay, yeah, just curious.
So this, I'll follow it up with this gray, you see that gray?
Mhm.
road?
Ah.
That's the basketball. So we're not touching any trees or anything. This is the fire road, the gray band that goes around right above those portals.
Okay, I for some reason thought it was the black dash line because I'm like, oh, that's going right through some trees.
Shows the entire scope of what's covered.
That makes sense.
And I do want to point out that if that is something we would have to do if we went back into the building at some point. So that is by code, all of our sites are getting
Make
that.
the fire lane
Yes.
wider.
Yes.
And I think at least as far as the soccer field, that it might be highly utilized by the community ad hoc, but it's not usable as a soccer field as is. It's very hilly
right,
right
it's
there.
very
And it's a
hilly,
very large
exactly,
swath
yes.
of land.
And
so,
because of the poor
value added.
irrigation system and the grade, it's muddy when it's, so it's, yeah.
yeah.
The city was very happy about it. That's.
Yeah, I have a different take on that because I coached there last year.
Oh, okay.
So the field as is pretty good. There's just some spots that have some drainage issues, but you become familiar with it. The hilly part of it is not part of the soccer field per se. The goalposts are before that. So we don't use the hilly part of the field at all. That's just a nuisance. So if you're able to cut that out, that's great. Flatten
Like,
it
is the
out.
School, when they have programs, maybe they have two
Well, no,
games going on and they have.
Well, I don't
yeah.
know what the school does, but I respect that. All I'm saying is that in terms of the soccer field, since we've been there and we have U12 players there, so the 12, 11, it's a pretty good field. Thing is that there's not enough space on a certain side because of the school, but no one's going to complain about that. So, whatever improvements you all decide to make on that front, thank you so much.
Now, President Gutierrez, do you consider an improvement to have it be turf instead of grass?
No.
Is that part of the plan?
Synthetic turf?
Yeah.
That's an additional $2.2 million that the school does not have right now.
Yeah.
Oh,
So that's why grass, I think I like a lot.
That's right.
okay. As
Any
far
other
as-
questions, trustees?
Oh, we're still on questions.
No. If you have comments, I think we've already, if no one else has questions, we can move on to comments.
Are we going to do community comments?
Sure. Thank you.
In between.
You're right.
Yeah.
Today's a little off. Today we're not at our best. We'll get there. We'll get there. Before the end of the night, we'll be on track again. All right. So any members of the community wishing to speak to this issue, by all means, feel free to step up to the podium. Okay, we have no members. So let's continue on with our discussion. Who would like to go first?
I'll go.
Great.
This seems like a point two project to me. If we were going to go work, if the district was going to go invest in Wisman, I don't think it would do this project. And so as a result, I don't think we should kind of commit our district resources to buying that at some point. But I think that it seems reasonable for the German school to do that, to expand. So, I mean, I'm fine to kind of continue moving forward under point two, under the assumption that it's a point two expense.
I agree because I think the actual physical buildings there's a lot of other issues that will need to be fixed before we'd ever even try to tackle or put money into the portables.
Yeah.
So, I agree with
So,
Trustee
so to be
Colasano.
just real quick, to be clear, you actually wouldn't pay the same price. You would pay less.
I'd like to pay zero.
Right. I'm just pointing out that it depreciates, right? So
Right.
the cost for these improvements over the, I mean, that's part of what we would have to go back to the German school for. You wouldn't pay the same dollar for dollar amount because you would assume.
You'd appreciate a little.
Yes.
But considering these aren't the improvements we want done, I don't think they're worth anything to the district. I understand that they're worth something to the German school and they want to invest in it, but I don't think they're like, no one ever told us we should go put portables back there or put a basketball court there. So I'm only interested in it as a point two capital project.
Anyone else? Okay. Dr. Rudolph, any suggestions on what the next step could be?
Well, it really, for staff's clarification, we just need to know where I have 2 down for point 2. And so we need to know because we would have to go back to the German school and we would have to sort of negotiate what that looks like if it's a point 1 versus a point 2. So if everyone is saying that it's only point 2, then the German school knows they will not be reimbursed for these costs. But you also need to understand that that also means that unless there is something egregious about what they are about to do, you do not have the right to, they are allowed to do
They have some rights there,
Yes.
and that's fine.
I was just going to be prepared to listen to what they said. I mean, all we got was the letter, but I'm very open as a point two, but I don't know what they're going to ask for. I thought it was incumbent upon them to ask us what they wanted. Did I misunderstand?
Well,
what they want is to do that project.
No,
So
we get that, but that's a separate question.
what staff needs is direction on whether or not you want us to explore what point 1 or point 2 looks like. If you're just set on it's only going to be point 2, then it's pretty easy. They know exactly what's coming down the pipe. If you want us to explore it, then so be it. This isn't contract or anything like that. These are just within the terms, and that's why it's out in public.
I don't want to waste anybody's time, but I'm always open to listen.
No, I know what you mean, because I thought about it from the same vantage point you did. So I thought it was the first step and the second, but being that that's not really a part of it, I'll go with the point two.
I would go with the point two also.
So I looks like the majority of the board will look at it from that vantage point of the point two.
So does that mean there'll still be another session with the voting if it's a point two, or is that?
No, if you're saying it's all point two, then they have, we will have to, we will submit a letter back to you. We will need to review the plans with our architect as well as with Todd from Base on West. But essentially you can agree on it.
But it doesn't need to come back to the board. We won't see it again. Is that what you're saying?
If you're saying that you don't care to see, then you are essentially giving them the opportunity to go for point two.
All right.
But they would need to accept that. Is that correct?
Oh, yeah.
Right.
They
So-
have the
correct.
right
So
to do
so
it.
they
yeah.
still have that and to deal with, and then
Correct.
if it's not agreeable one way or another, we'll hear
Right.
about it.
But under point two, unless the plans are unreasonable, the district cannot unreasonably withhold consent.
So staff would judge its reasonableness at this point.
Right.
Okay.
And part of the contract requires for them to go through DSA. And then,
We're planning on going, yeah.
right. And then the use of Artique, who obviously works in our district also. So yes. they're
Great.
moving forward.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you
you.
so much. Thank you for your time. Moving on to the potential teacher housing presentation. 30-minute
I'm
presentation.
gonna go to the bathroom.
Sure.
So one of the requests from the board was for us to place an item to discuss teacher housing options. And so we talked about, and I mentioned this earlier, that there is a request for us to continue to look at it. We are bringing back an option that is currently being used in both in both Los Altos, as well as in Mountain View Los Altos, which is Landed, which is an organization that helps teachers have a down payment to purchase a home. And so I'm going to turn it over to them so they can do their presentation.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Rudolph, and thank you to the board for this opportunity. I'm Nikki Lowy. I'm the Director of Partnerships at Landed, and I'm joined by Alex Lofton, one of our founders, who's going to come up with me and when we get to the question portion of our discussion. So at Landed, do I need to make this? Oh, perfect. Little perfect. Well, we started Landed based on the core belief that every student deserves a great teacher. And as Dr. Rudolph alluded to earlier, great teachers are often leaving expensive communities like Mountain View because they can't afford housing. And when we talk about affordability, there's really two sides of it. There's one side, which we discussed earlier, was just the ability to afford a monthly payment. And then there's another side of affordability, which is really accessibility, which is the can I save fast enough to save for a down payment to buy a home. And that's the world that we're focused on at Landed. And in creating this company, we really look to a lot of other down payment housing support solutions out there in the marketplace, including independent schools such as Town and Wilmerding up in the city that have co-invested in housing with teachers, and Stanford University's own program, which they've had for the last 30 years or so, where they've been investing alongside a shared mortgage appreciation program with their professors so they can afford to buy a home in and around Palo Alto. So what we do is we organize community investors to bring down payment support to teachers and staff. So I'll just walk through an example. So this is one of our customers, a home buyer, Joel. Joel's a principal at a school in the East Bay, and he's been there for a number of years, really committed to his community, committed to staying in education. But he's been saving and was just really struggling to figure out how he was going to ever save fast enough to afford a down payment in the Bay Area. And he was able to come up with $60,000 on his own, which is pretty remarkable. after rent and expenses, taxes, etc., but just couldn't get to that 20% down payment mark that would open up the doors to actually buying a home in the Bay Area. So Joel was connected with Landed, and so what we did is we provided the other half of that 20% down payment and invested it alongside Joel. So with this support, so now Joel's able to go to a lender, a bank with a 20% down payment, and get a traditional primary 80% mortgage. So, and then in exchange for this support, Joel then shares in 25% of his home's appreciation or depreciation when he sells or refinances the home. So this is a little bit, thank you. So if you can scroll down a little bit, this is just a little bit about our model. So essentially what Landed enables us to do is enables educators to own a home at a similar cost to renting, but they only need to come to the table with 10%. And that's essentially the difference between it. It's not a loan, it's an investment. So Joel's able to come to the table with full 20% down payment. And this isn't just a concept. So this is the actual home that Joel was able to buy in Oakland. These are some pictures of the housewarming party we threw him once he closed on his home with Landed support and moved in. He was able to buy a condo, $600,000 condo within 15-minute commuting distance to his work, which he's excited about. And so now Joel's in the home. He doesn't make any monthly payments to Landed. He's paying down his mortgage. And then when he's ready to sell or refinance, that's when he pays the investors back, plus that share in the appreciation. And we're not just helping teachers like Joel. So as Dr. Rudolph mentioned, we're currently working with a number of schools around the Bay Area, including Los Altos and Mountain View Los Altos just next door, as well as other districts in Ravenswood and Sequoia, and all around the neighborhood. And so what does it mean to bring it to Landed to a district, into Mountain View Wisman? So there's really 3 responsibilities from the school's perspective on what this looks like. The first one, identify community investors. So Landed does not use any school resources or funds. So how we capitalize our funds and how we support teachers and down payments is we work with the district to identify members of the community that want to invest in home buying teachers, to want to invest money into a fund that then provides a down payment support. So kind of the first step is kind of working with you to identify those individuals. The second piece of it is defining eligibility, which is essentially working with the investors in the district to determine which teachers, kind of a short list of requirements for which teachers and staff are eligible for Landed. And that's typically length of tenure. It's determining what that geographic boundaries are, typically within commuting distance to the school that makes sense for your district. And then the third and final piece of it is telling your staff. And that can be as simple as an email to your staff, sending helping us host an info session. And then at that point, Landed works one-on-one with any potential home buyer, and really does, we focus a lot on education, knowing that, buying a home is a big emotional and financial decision. So we're really focused on making sure every potential customer understands what it takes to buy a home. And that includes providing certified financial planning services, connecting home buyers with potential, with realtor partners, with lending partners, et cetera. And we think we have the right team to do this. And when Alex and Jonathan and Jesse, our co-founders, were building this team, I know they gave a lot of thought to diversity, not only in the Landed team itself, but who is backing us and who's supporting us. And I think what I feel most proud of, kind of looking at this, is just the team of advisors we have working with us. The head of First Republic Bank, kind of legal expertise, policy experts who are helping us shape and grow. And we know we have a lot of work to do and a lot of room to grow, but are excited to bring this forward to districts around the state. So with that, I'll pause and just open it up to questions and have Alex join me as well.
Trustees, any questions?
I have comments. I don't have questions.
Okay.
I have a
I
question.
have questions.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
It's, when I went over this, I'm not a real estate expert, so I had to reach out to people who have several decades of experience in this. And reading through this, it sounds like at year 7, they have to refinance.
I think, I believe there might have been some older materials in your board packet, but how we, so they, the term of the investment is 10 years. So within that 10 years and at any time, the home buyer has to pay landed back. And that means either refinancing, selling their home, or, third option, if they happen to come into a windfall of cash somehow, paying the landed investors back.
So if they do that before year 10, but at year 10, they have to do it.
That
So
triggers.
there's also market forces that play during that time, like rising interest rates, which means all of their costs are going to go up exponentially. And if the bubble bursts and you go way below the down payment, they have to pay back landed.
Well, so in landed, I guess a couple things on that. I just on the, in the event, because this is a investment and it's not a loan, as I mentioned before. So with the landed investors share both in the appreciation and depreciation of the home. So in some sense, that risk is mitigated. Let's say Joel's home he bought for $600K. If that does go down to $500K, and he has to refinance at the bottom of a market, he still has to pay the landed investors back. But let's say if it goes down by 100,000, he pays landed back the original 60, but minus that 25,000. So that is some cushioning some of the risk somehow. And then I wanted to address your first question, but can you remind me what the?
Which is just at 10 years, they have to, you want your investment back, or they refi to buy you out, and they can't go to year 11. So it's kind of assuming that the trajectory that we're currently on in the real estate market will go on for a decade.
So great questions. I guess the framing, first of all, is all of our work over the last couple of years has been thinking about what could go wrong. And the design of this program has been with people who have run, major banks, who have run, run housing policy for the U.S. government, folks who think about affordable housing just generally. So we're very, very confident in the fact that all the problems that could happen, we've thought about and have designed it so that it is least likely to negatively impact a home buyer. But there's always a chance. We all know that, as we know in 2008 what happened, there's always a chance that things go haywire. The key thing that you were getting at are the different forces that would happen in an economy to make this unaffordable. Interest rates is one, stagnant wages is another, and continuing rising costs of homes. And so the reality is all those things interplay with each other. And without getting too wonky, the goal would be to make sure this is designed so that even if things kept getting more expensive, there's still some level of growth in incomes, even if they're not astronomical, and interest rates adjust. The probability that you wouldn't be able to afford your home would be really, really small. If you end up selling your home, you still get the equity in your house. So even if it becomes really expensive, you get the equity in your home, and you share some of it with landed, but you get the majority of it. So you still have some wealth that you would not have before, which hopefully you could apply to buying a home nearby. But if all those things happen in a negative way, as far as it looks like for the teacher or for the home buyer, they would still have wealth to do something with. Now, the other thing that I would point out is because it's not a loan, there's a chance that investors lose all their money. So the home prices go down, the market bursts, and it's really bad. The reality is, though, there's not going to be any money that they have to pay back landed, because the rate at which the sharing of the depreciation happens, there's a good chance the investment actually goes negative. And so in that case, you're in a better situation than if you had loaned the money from a bank. Because if you got another mortgage to take out another 10% to pay for your down payment, the reality is you're kind of out of luck. If you're underwater, you have to pay back the bank no matter what. And in this scenario, you don't have to. So that's our whole goal of designing this, was making sure that if that kind of thing happened, you're sharing in the risk with Landed rather than it being all on the home buyer.
Are there any criteria requiring owner occupancy?
So yeah, that these are for primary residencies, not for second homes.
And is there any kind of hardship exception for situations where the bottom does drop out of the market and say somebody, meets somebody and gets married and wants to move across the country and they can't sell it for a gain, and so they want to hang on to it until the market turns around?
There's a lot of contingencies for within that 10-year period for one to make adjustments to based off hardship, based off lifestyle. The goal would be that, especially within the first 2 years, you're not flipping a house.
Right.
That's what it's just designing against bad apples. There's always exceptions. And the reality is, because it's community investors, what's nice about this is if the community investors who participate want a slightly different set of rules that are more lenient because they're not worried about the return as much, they're just really worried about the home buyer, that can be designed into the program. It's not like we have to hold everybody to those rules, including kind of what happens at year 10. Frankly, if all the investors who are participating in this say, I want to set it up so that even if at year 10 somebody doesn't want to refinance or sell their home, they can re-engage in the same relationship with Landed or this setup. We can design the individual fund to be that way. But the standard product is designed so that investors have a way of getting their money back at some point and in a reasonable time period that allows people to pay down a mortgage, have equity in the house, be able to refinance. There's always a chance they can't, but it's a very, very small chance.
Sorry, you go ahead.
Yeah, go
I'm
ahead.
just curious. It sounds like the district is responsible for looking for people to raise funds as investors. So to what degree does that open the district up to issues like if the bottom does fall out, people go underwater
Great
and we get
question.
sued for fraud?
Yeah. So no, one part of the reason we're here is we're not here to, we designed it so there's no liability for school districts. Basically, we're just trying to find people who like to help the school or like to help the school district, know who those people are and let them know that Landed exists. And then we do the process of selling and explaining the investment. And if somebody wants to participate, great. They don't. But the relationship is directly between the investors and the home buyer. It doesn't involve the school district.
And that was kind of going to be to my question too,
Yep.
is about how do you go about raising the fund?
Yeah.
I mean, it is a fund, right? So people
It is
just
a fund.
invest in the fund. They're not investing like
Not-
donors choose or something.
No, they're investing in a fund for this area for employees of this school district, but the relationship and contractual relationship is amongst the pool of investors and the people who take money from the fund in order to pay for a down payment. And so the way that we go about finding investors is through relationships we gain, because we're not from Mountain View. I'm originally from Seattle, but now I'm from San Francisco, and there are some places where we can use our own relationships on our own to build these funds. The reality is it's not here. So in places like Mountain View, Los Altos, we went and found people who were already interested in helping the community. This was a different way of doing it. Rather than donating, they can invest, but it has a positive outcome. We just need to know who that list of names are and go and talk to them.
And so do you have Arnold Porter putting together your fund documents, or who helps you
Yes,
set that all up?
Arnold Porter is our main account or law firm, but we also have several other legal firms that work with us. Spend most of our money on lawyers.
And the lawyers always get rich, right? And like, are these individuals that would invest like $50,000, or what kinds of?
Yeah, so all our funds so far have been financed by individuals except for one, which has been financed by a foundation. So we're moving in the direction of also working with foundations who want to participate, especially in communities of less means. But all of the checks so far have ranged anywhere from $25,000 to $200,000 per fund.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Trustee Colorado.
First off, I want to thank, Mr. Lofton and Ms. Lowy for trying this out, for starting this thing. There's not enough entrepreneurship in kind of social good. So I'm glad you guys are going for it and trying to make this work. I just have a couple technical questions. How is title taken when somebody buys a house this way? What's it say on the title?
So it is, the title is in the name of the home buyer. And then there is marked there that there is a second on the house that is equity down payment support. So we are totally above board about it.
Mhm.
So that's part of the goal here, is that a lot of stuff like this happens already when people get help from family or some other way, but it's not recorded anywhere.
Mhm.
So that's precisely why, and this is a little bit technical, but the mortgages themselves are, we usually work with community banks and credit unions
Because they're not
they're
conforming.
they're not sold off to Fannie or Freddie, correct?
That is my second question.
Yep. And so but we also only work with banks that will offer rates that are competitive to those conforming loans.
And they just, and they keep them on their books.
Correct.
Typically.
You got it. Mhm.
And so you said it's a second. Is the investment from the partnership technically a second that doesn't have repayment terms, except for that 10 years, pay it all back?
Correct. It's a equity second rather than a debt second.
Okay. How many districts do you have doing this so far?
So we have 7 districts and then a independent school as well.
Okay. Cool. No other
And
questions.
then the only other comment I'll make on kind of other places, there's so in the Bay Area is where we started, but the other places that are about to launch with us are in Denver and Seattle. So similar kinds of dynamics to the Bay Area, slightly different levels of non-affordability, but it is happening kind of everywhere now.
Any other questions? No.
I have one question for Trustee Wilson. Are we in a bubble? You said when the bubble pops?
Yeah.
Are we officially in a bubble?
Interest rates are guaranteed to rise, and these kinds of programs, they tried them about, I think, 30 years ago, the equity share programs.
Mhm.
And this isn't a new.
It's not super new. I wasn't buying a house 30 years ago, so I didn't know
No.
about that. What were those called? Are
Well,
you
there
familiar
are
with?
also some
Mortgages, yeah.
Yeah, they're under all sorts of names. I think one of the core things is that a lot of the former programs did not provide a lot of downside protection when things went south and you didn't share in a lot of the loss. And so I think that's one of the biggest dimensions here. Part of the reason why also it's a 10-year horizon is that if you just look historically over how housing markets perform, and when there are dips, there are recoveries in that period, and you need to design it enough so people have fluidity. Any other program like this, and a lot of the programs I think Ms. Wilson is referring to, had much shorter time horizons that made it very difficult for people to get out because they were basically forced to get out in down markets, and that's not always the time you want to do it. It's not in the interest of investors, not in the interest of home buyers. So part of this is just really designed so that people have time and space to recover with the market. There's I think there's going to be an opportunity for anybody who wants to follow up on a one-on-one basis. We can totally do so. All the concerns Ms. Wilson, you're talking about, I think we have satisfactory answers to. The one thing that we all have to be comfortable with and all have to know is there is always a chance. There's always a chance that this doesn't happen ideally for a home buyer. But the whole goal is to make sure it's designed so that it's the least chance possible that it's a bad outcome for the teacher. And the options people have today for home buying when it comes to really larger mortgages, private mortgage insurance, all sorts of things, frankly, are much scarier than trying to figure out how to share the risk with investors. So I really do appreciate the line of questioning you're going after, and I think we can go much deeper, and we should if you guys want to pursue this. So I think that's part of our goal over the next summer, over this summer, is have conversations with you, anybody else in the community who wants to dive deeper, so that if we're comfortable with it come the fall, we can have a larger conversation about it.
Thank you. Any other questions? Members of the community, if you'd like to speak to this, by all means, feel free to come on to the front. If not, we'll go on to discussion.
Yeah, I'd
So-
like to say something. So I've heard this presentation 3 times already. I'm very
wow.
interested in the concept. The skeptical part of me says that 10% of a huge amount of money for a house is still a lot of money. So a lot of teachers still wouldn't be able to make use of it. But once I get past that and understand that some teachers would be able to make use of it, and this is one solution, not the entire solution for everybody, I think it's a good idea, and I would encourage our school district to try to hold an informational session and, inform people of the option. And if people want to follow up, then, then they have that option. But that's my initial take is that I'd like us to publicize this to our teachers and staff.
It is eligible for both single-family residences, like
condos.
detached homes as well as condos. Yeah.
Can I make one comment back? Because I think it's
Yeah.
a really good point. I want to reiterate that 10% is a lot for a lot of people in the Bay Area. The reason that's 10% is we also want to encourage responsible home ownership.
Yeah.
And the question of like where that line is it 5%? Is it 10%? You know, that's one that evolves as the market changes. But our primary goals is making sure that this is for people who want home ownership. Not everybody wants it. Not everybody necessarily should have it if they don't want it. Two, there's a pathway to make it more accessible to more people, especially in partnering with other programs. If there are bonuses for opportunities for people who do purchase homes that they can combine with something like this to get to a down payment, or other banks over time being more willing to lend with lower down payments. At this point in time, to a lot of Ms. Wilson's points about protecting the home buyer, making sure that they're not caught in a bad situation, that's part of the reason why it's at 10%. It's such a high bar. But 20% is an impossible bar. And so trying to find that right mix is kind of where the foundation of this came from.
Any other trustee? Okay, so my turn.
Great.
Thank you for your help. Thank you for your support on this. It's interesting because this is a sign of the times. It's come down to this thought process or creativity, creative approach to affordable housing that has everyone thinking about what can we do outside of the private forces, the market forces that are always an established perspective. This is thinking, I think, up to a point that's still rather new and dynamic because you're sharing in the risk, and I see that it's more equitable that way. So I understand the premise behind it and why you would have a window of 10 years. I totally get that. So speaking from my perspective, I would think that if we could have an informational session for the teachers be presented so that we could see what the interest is. I mean, that's a good first start, I would think. I'm not sure how we would approach that, what the next step would be, Dr. Rudolph. In this case, it sounds like you all might be thinking about coming back in the fall. And in terms of a presentation, if that's doable, I don't know what the timeframe would look like for something like that to happen, but at least you've heard two voices in support of that idea. I don't know if any other trustees have any thoughts as to a presentation and what the options are for that, if it would be doable for you all or something we should look into, or what your thought process is on that.
The presentation would be to the community.
Like an info session.
Right.
I support that.
Yeah.
Like
An info session.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I support that too.
I do too.
Okay. So
What's the timing usually? To raise the fund probably takes a year.
Totally, it depends. Your neighbors did it in 6 weeks,
Yes.
but they have a lot of resources.
you have to rub it in, right? I mean, you just have to go there, man.
We have others that we've taken. It's been about 9 months. So it just depends on. It really depends on. Are there community investors who want to participate? And I know I'm stuck on it, but I think what Ms. Wilson's the points you bring up are really, really important. There are two ways to go about it. If you identify investors who are really if something like the 10-year horizon is really concerning, and you find investors who want to make it an evergreen kind of philanthropic investment, that's one direction. And the other direction is just to find people, investors who invest in real estate and create it in a fair way for traditional investors, so they have a way to get their money out. Identifying how to continue to make it really fair for the teacher as well. So the next step would be identifying those investors in that investment pool, and then once we have it, sharing it with home buying or potential home buying teachers.
And is there a typical size that you want the fund to be before it launches?
So the smallest funds we do are $300,000, and that's not to help very many people. That's to do a test. That's just to identify the lowest hanging, the people who are kind of ready to go, show how it works, and if people are satisfied, raising more investment capital after that. We also have growth plans as a company to be able to offer this without having to go always to community investors if we want to expand programs, but we're too young to promise that right now. So it would be a $300,000 kind of minimum, and we can do more if we feel like the base we want to start with is more teachers.
And I'll just add one thing. One other school that we could deploy along with the info session. We do have a survey, a housing survey. We sent this out to all the teachers and staff at Los Altos last summer to kind of assess what the, how many renters, how many people want to buy in 1 year and 2 years and 3 years. So that could be another tool we could use to send out to staff here as a first step.
Thank you. Great, Dr. Rudolph?
So just to be clear, that it seems like the direction is for us, you're allowing staff to continue to move forward.
Yes.
Oh, the way you phrased that made me wonder, is staff in favor of this program?
I think, there are some questions that we need to to answer. But if there's no interest, I mean, at the end of the day, the district is promoting this to some degree, right? Even if we're not liable. So if there's no
comfort with that,
yes, then staff won't explore any other options. We'll simply say thanks, but no thanks, maybe at a later time. But if you're saying, yes, there is an appetite to explore this option, then we need to have some other questions answered. I think the housing survey is another way, finding out more detailed questions about the risk, and then also listening to what staff has to say, both teachers, classified staff, so certificated as well as classified, about what their questions are and see where it's at before we do some major kickoff. But right now, I think this is really about is if there's interest, then staff is just simply looking to see if you're comfortable with us exploring what that looks like.
Okay, no, I mean, I'm fine. I think the majority of the board has expressed that too, but I like the questions that Trustee Colorado asked, just for clarity's sake. But we understand this is a starting point, and that's
Right.
what
So-
it is.
So at some point, what we would do is we've employed our own survey. We can do another one, and then from there we get more questions answers. We'll definitely bring back an update to the board if there are additional questions that you may have between now and then. We'll have those answered, and we can do a larger presentation, and then we just go from there.
Okay, that sounds good, because I'm sorry, Trustee Blakely, because on that front, if we do have a second survey, then we can compare and contrast and see if the interest still remains the same, if there's been a change or not, and then we have a better awareness factor of what's going out in the field. Trustee
Did the
Blakely.
survey that you circulated, I didn't realize that we had already done a survey. Did that include reference to a program such as this?
It did not, but we did ask a question, how many individuals were interested in purchasing a house? I can send the presentation as well as the survey results to you. We did this the year
long time
before.
ago. I remember that survey,
So there is definitely an interest in purchasing a house. There's also an interest in below market apartments. So I think, to what everyone said is that this is only one part of a larger solution to a particular problem. Obviously, not everyone is going to be able to get, a 10% down payment in Mountain View, but they may be interested in a below market rate apartment. So we would explore all of those. This is just how can we help staff, our teachers and other staff purchase a house. And so this is just an option that other two neighboring districts are using.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Moving on, Title III Plan Update, 20-minute presentation, Ms. Smith.
Good evening, members of the board. This is a pretty comprehensive presentation to tell you some things have changed. We don't have to do the Title III plan right now. And just to inform you of the changes so you can speak knowledgeably about the Title III transitions and what you can expect for next year. So it will look different from what we're used to seeing. Again, as I outlined, we're going to review the draft plan template, which is not yet in use and is planned for use the following year in the 18-19 school year. And also still, even though there is no plan required of LEAs, local educational agencies, just letting you know, well, okay, Heidi, what is the plan, even though you didn't have to fill out one? So we do have some plans. Portions of that will also be shared later on with our LCAP presentation, and we'll talk more about next steps. So when we talk about ESSA or ESSA, Every Student Succeeds Act, as we know, it's a transition from No Child Left Behind. The bigger picture is basically the federal government saying, fine, you decide your accountability measures. We will no longer have a hand in that at the federal government level. What that means is that the state of California and many states have been coming up with assessment pieces. You are already very fully aware of our California dashboard, but that also includes the accountability plans that we formerly used to fill out for all categorical programs, particularly Title I, Title II, and Title III. And 1 and 2 fall under our area. So this is just a review of that, reminding you of the changes, what ESSA has brought forward, some very good changes, while at the same time still focusing on the underachievement of subgroups that we must all work even harder to make sure that we're closing that opportunity gap. What I'd like to call to your attention also is under the English learner categories. I think you remember we talked about AMAO1, AMAO2. Those are disappearing. And again, they're combined into the percent of English language learners meeting proficiency. So it just kind of spells it out instead of that former acronym of annual measurable achievement objectives. Again, under No Child Left Behind, and whether or not a student has reached proficiency or reclassification under or within 5 years or over that, and have they met the yearly expectation of changing a language level at a minimum, at least 1 per year. Now you'll see that in the California dashboard under EL Progress, which we talked a little bit at the last time we spent some time together. So you look at that Harvey ball, and that's the combination. Again, the federal plans that fall under those changes would be Title III. The goal inclusion will be folded into the LCAP. So that's the end goal for the state of California. Instead of having all these separate plans, that they will all be addendumized, new word for the day, into the LCAP plan. But this year is a year of transition. We don't have the template available just yet. It's under review. There are some ideas embedded in it, but eventually you will see those addendums in the following year for the 18-19 school year, where it will be required. We do have to house plans and financial, I guess, allotments, right, for what we intend to do during this transition process in-house, and that will be available for us. And we're learning more each day about what that will look like as far as federal program monitoring, which we will engage in next year. So what's in the draft plan? So I did talk with the county and I said, can I tell them what's in it? We weren't allowed to fill it out. You know, it was a no share. We were given hard copies. And yes, we had permission to share some of the points that will be in the plan. The biggest piece is that, you know, there should be a goal. So there's a sample at the top, which is actually from the draft from our Santa Clara County Office of Education in the state of California. Really just hinting to that not only do we want English language proficiency, but we also want to see proficiency also in those sub areas, which may change depending upon reclassification criteria, our new LPAC exam instead of CELT. So again, just let's enjoy this journey together. Information as it changes, we will continue to apprise the board of it and look out for those changes in those weekly updates. We'll continue to put them in there for you in snippets. But what are the required content areas? Professional development, right? How are we preparing and supporting our teachers to educate our English language learners? What are the programs and activities that are taking place to support English language learners? We have to also outline how will we decide on ensuring academic achievement. What are those supplemental services and parts of the language instruction for our EL students, right? And supplemental and being mindful of, this is categorical monies, right? You just heard the board policy of making sure that it's not supplanting, right? Something that's already there with federal funds, it's over and above, right? Supplemental. And the promotion of family and community engagement in the education of EL. So you can hear the focus of the state as far as reaching out to parents, supporting teachers, and what's happening with instruction. And a particular note of services for our immigrant students. We categorize them as our newcomers, mostly here in our district, where those funds. Those funds are separated. So Title III will give you a larger lump sum. Probably get about at least less than 1/5 for immigrant funding, so that they're separate. And then there'll be a budget calculation form, which we have not seen yet. But it will most likely be a listing. That's what we're being told, not too different from the past. So we decided just to prepare a summary for you. Okay, Heidi, you don't have to fill out a plan. It's not required, but are we not going to do anything all next year during transition? Of course, the answer is no. Our students still have needs. Our teachers still need professional development. And we have great plans in place that are aligned to our strategic plan, which is nice. During this transition, we still have a guiding document. So we are going to focus on ELD training. Later on, it'll be shared the results of LCAP survey. Administrators engage in activities of looking at the responses from staff, students, and parents. And there's a call for more training. Teachers want to know how, and that's the greatest problem to have, is a willing group of teachers who care about students and want to learn more of how to do things better. As you know, we have SIOP, Sheltered Instruction Observation Protocol, which will be rolling out next year. Training has taken place all of this year with administrators. We will continue with that. Early Learning Language Acquisition Program. We have been talking about SEAL as options. Our Specific Learner Task Force will continue and fold into the PARC, which is the Pilot Assessment and Review Committee process next year to review SEAL and maybe other programs of what's appropriate in alignment with that process. We're excited about targeted blending learning supports for newcomer plans. So we've used Rosetta Stone in the past, Imagine Learning. Those all have been reviewed this year, and we're really looking at efforts that are more targeted. So if one program didn't work for us, we will not continue that, and we will hone in on programs that are working best, right? Because those are resources that are wasted in a sense if we're not really using it, and we're learning to pare pieces down for our teachers and be strategic and provide that support. English 3D is somewhat new, and my predecessor brought that on board. It is a curriculum. It's really geared for long-term English language learners. As you know, the board has mentioned a concern, and so has our district. This is targeted specifically for English language learners. It was started in the middle schools for the long-term English language learners. This year, we played a little bit with it at the 5th grade levels for our at-risk students, and it's been doing really well. So we will continue that and expand the learning of it and its effectiveness. We'll continue with progress monitoring and, of course, with family engagement. Hopefully, you've seen recent tweets about PK graduations, creating bridges between our district and Los Altos High School District, and also having visits with the high school district just to identify what's working, what's out there, and what can we do to support our English language learners. And again, we're really grateful for the facilitator support. We'll continue to make that even more targeted in the years to come. What are our next steps? We'll continue to communicate with you as the changes again occur so that you're in the know. We will continue to take a look at those plan templates, and although we're not filling it out or completing the plans, that we endeavor in the work and we don't relax during transition years. We'll also continue to apprise the board of any changes. Take a look at those weekly updates. We'll try to keep them short and to the point, but know those pieces are going to be very important for you in the EL category as the changes come through superintendent communications and also broad presentations. Long story short, no plan folks this year, but we still have plans for our students. Are there any questions?
Trustees, questions?
No, thank you.
Members of the community, any questions from you all? No questions. Okay, I have a question.
Yes.
So in terms of, if we go back to the slide number, the third slide before the last one.
This one?
Yeah, family engagement. So in terms of how we're also looking at English language learners in the middle school level, part of what should be supporting this, I think, would one of the programs we should look into, and I'm sure it's part of it one way or another, is the committee that was exploring the issue of the schedule and how that would change. right?
Okay.
So and just not to lose, I'm just bringing that up in case, you know, if it should be there, I'd like to include it there. If it shouldn't be there, then I'd like to know why it shouldn't be there. But I'm just trying to steer the boat that way, because I've already had a lot of parents come to me and say, well, are we really going to do it? Are we really going to have a committee that's going to help us to figure that scheduling out in the middle schools?
Mhm.
Because they said we're going to have it last year, and you said that they were going to have it last year, but then it didn't happen, and now they're talking about having it in December. So that's why I'm bringing that up.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So the Title III plan actually wouldn't pay for that. So this is only on things on that. But we have addressed that in our LCAP. So the middle school schedule committee will continue with the goal of having a recommendation so that we can understand its impacts on the schedule by December, which will put us in line for the hiring season as well as any type of adjustments that we need to make. So that is in line, but it doesn't fall here because we don't use Title III funds specifically to fund that aspect of it.
Great, thank you. And understanding that, that's why I had to bring up the issue so that we have on the record, this is what's going on with this because of the monies that are affected by it and drives it. And this,
Correct.
our other idea of what we're pushing is not part of that, but we're still moving forward with it. So thank you
Yes.
for that.
Yeah, not a problem.
Yeah, thank you
Sure.
for being patient on that one. Okay.
Yeah, I just have a quick question. Thank you for the presentation. I'm just curious if if a process for the park and timeline is under development for the park that you mentioned here for the early language acquisition program, because I know that there are other timelines for certain programs that we're already been considering. So I
Yes.
was just kind of curious to see where we're at in the planning.
Well,
stages
step
for
one
that.
is definitely recruitment. As we know with that pilot assessment and review committee that we have to have a majority of staff members and teachers reaching out through there. And as you know, we are using our DAC and DLAC councils to recruit the parents. Most of those committees are coming to close at the end of this year, but we will fall in line with that process. Probably going to have a few parks next year. So I think collaboration among all of our parks, just, again, overlap and nights. So that is underway.
Thank
And,
you.
and we have several committees that are about to come online. So it will be included as part of that.
So, and just since we're having a nice discussion about that in general, that's great. I love that. Following up on that, I also brought this up with a specific learning needs task force and then with Dr. Rudolph in terms of publicity. So one of the things we figured out with the TTO process was if something's going to happen next year, it might be better to start publicizing a few months before the end of the year and not just in August. Hey, by the way, we have something new that's coming up, or these committees are coming up and we need your help now. Anything we can do to try, and I share this idea with the team, to try and promote that the sooner the better, even if it's just an info blurb on the website or a flyer, or where you have the email communiques relayed by the principals at each school site to the members of the community and the parents and their students who read all that. The more we can do that earlier, I think the better, right? Because in that way, there won't be that critique. But then there'll be that awareness factor, hopefully, that so when it does roll out officially in the upcoming school year, people at least have heard of it previously, whether it was in the last couple weeks of May or June, or possibly even July. Because the other thing to think about is the website's 24/7. There's no reason why we shouldn't be using that to take advantage of it to also share this type of information ahead of time. So if we can publicize it earlier, the better. That's great. If we can do it in July as well, that's even better, right? But I don't want it to be just stagnated to every single August we're going to have an update and we're going to have committee meetings, and because then we'll have members of the community who will say, "Well, you didn't learn anything from TTO." Yeah, and that's not where I want the ship to go, right? So thank you for bringing that up. Thank you, everyone.
You're welcome. Any other questions? Thank you, board.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith.
Welcome.
LCAP, Local Control Accountability Plan, 30-minute presentation. All right, the floor is yours.
So,
I'm so sorry. I think maybe, are you all in favor of taking a quick bio break?
I was.
Well, let's take a quick 6-minute bio break. We'll recess at 8:02 p.m.
They're good, right? So comfy.
I mean, yeah, well, no, I mean, I'm probably, I've been having I'll probably, whenever I get home, just 2 3 hours. And then I can, as long as they have to. That should be fine.
There you go. My husband's like, so what are you thinking about the schedule tomorrow? Did it help? Did it help? That's not my boots. Yeah, you want to hiking's different. Yeah, no, it's totally different. It's actually yeah. And my sister's going up. What do you think? Yeah, that's my calves get tight from that, but not. Oh, finally.
Were you meeting down there? Santa Maria or something?
No, that's about a half an hour. Remember, it's like a little bit from.
That's
Carmel Valley?
that's north of Santa Maria, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Pismo Beach.
But I have last year. And you went to CCS. And they've been yesterday. And they're
Down there.
at 11 o'clock.
Down there.
No. Fremont High.
Oh, okay.
And so I'm like, stay. I witnessed the night. I like, it's hard. No, it's hard. Yeah. It's really good. Just hope you could stay. I'm sorry.
Oh, I didn't notice. Look at our new sign back there.
And then
Last weekend, yeah. How was it? You know, it was astonishing. I was saying it was exhausting and exhilarating. You know, still, you know, trying to come down from it, just. And you know, I was saying that
Well, 'cause
some
that's-
people, you know, you are the person who
But wait a second.
I know.
Buying a house makes it. Wouldn't you say that buying a house
This was
is
my
from the
youngest
same
child.
subjects about
And,
positive?
yeah, so, you know, in a couple
Well,
of years,
depends.
we'll be in the same situation.
Everybody works on it.
And he said, I know, what that
There's lots of
you know, that all of that.
well, I'm going that way now.
Yeah.
So we're supposed to go with friends. I got you.
I'm not bullish. They said, you know anybody else Which part? Oh, this thing? Oh, the police. Yeah, people comment on police. Apparently, they went out a long time ago.
You guys ready?
Yeah.
All right. No, they're not.
They're coming back.
Thank you for the break.
Yeah, that was
I needed it.
appreciate it.
The time is 8:10 p.m. We will now reconvene our meeting of the Mount View Wisman School Board of Trustees. Updated local control accountability plan.
Okay, thank you. I'm here tonight to provide you, you have a copy, which I know you have all read, all
Exactly, yes.
152 pages of the new annual update and local control accountability plan. But I'm going to give you the update of highlights. Thank you. Absolutely. Highlights tonight. So just a quick reminder that our LCAP and our strategic plan are very aligned. So almost everything in the strategic plan is in our LCAP. The LCAP does have extra actions and services because we have to meet the 8 state priorities. So this year, you can see we used input meetings and our stakeholder survey to help us inform changes to our LCAP. This slide just kind of gives you an idea of the meetings that we held with the different groups, including our teachers and our classified staff. All of our sites held site-based meetings with their advisory groups to go over what was happening in our LCAP and give parents an opportunity to give input. For the most part, the input was done via our survey, so there was time allotted at the meetings. Some schools, a couple did opt to take notes, and the themes from those surveys, we collect all of that, and that's included in the open response sections of the survey. So this is just some highlights of our survey. We're continually improving on getting responses. We doubled our number of parent responses. We're still not happy completely. We're still not reaching some of our quietest families, and that is an area of growth for us to continue to work to get more of our Spanish-speaking families, our low-income families, more voice in our process. But we are happy to see that we have a better turnout from last year. Some highlights, and maybe in some cases, some not so highlights and areas of growth from us from the staff surveys. You can see that there was quite a bit of growth in areas. I think just having our staff be aware of our mission and goals is very important, and we saw a big jump in that percentage. We saw a jump in our students feeling safe at school, using data for planning, which are things that we've really been working on. I think concerns for us towards the bottom, students on track for high school success. We're not really sure where that's coming from yet. We're going to have to do some more investigation. We're not sure why staff is saying that. We didn't have an open response piece to that question, so we're going to have to figure that out because that's not what we want to see. And I also think at the bottom, some of the pieces, while improving, making sure that our students, not only our students that are underperforming, but our students that are higher achieving, we see some growth in our staff feeling that they are getting more of the resources and support they need. Decision-making at the school level, the percentage has gone up, but not so much at the district level. So still trying to involve our staff in district level decisions and opportunities. There'll be lots of opportunities this year in park committees. Some of the themes we saw from open response items, professional development, like Ms. Smith mentioned, our teachers really want to learn. They want more professional development. Here were some areas that they were interested in. Also, it was very apparent that having instructional coaches is very important to them, having that support and structure. And then site orientation activities, and then teacher compensation and teacher housing also came up in those open responses. Parent surveys. Again, we saw some growth here, which we're very proud of. but some areas where we're not completely happy. I mean, again, we're still looking at, interestingly enough, our parents felt that our students, there was no change in the percentage of parents that felt that our students were on track for high school success. So we've got a disconnect here. But we did see some growth again with our parents feeling like students are getting more of what they need on either end of the spectrum. And then parental involvement and involvement from the community kind of stayed the same. Some highlights from our parent open responses, again, mirrored the teachers, but providing our staff more professional development. And these were areas that parents felt our staff and teachers would need professional development. And it was very clear in the open responses that we have to definitely work on challenge and extension for our higher achieving kids. And I think our response to intervention program is designed to do that. And we're working on our middle school schedules, which is also designed to support students across all areas. Increased access to after school care, and then increasing communication on student progress and high expectations for all students were big themes from our parent open responses. And then our student surveys, very high marks from our students. For the most part, they think we're doing a great job. There was an area where we slipped, and that was in the cleanliness. My school is clean. I think that was the answer down at the bottom. We slipped some percentages in that. And so we're going to be working on that, making sure that that's not happening, especially going into next year with all the construction. Okay, so goals and actions. So we have 4 goals in our LCAP. And what I did here was just try to highlight some of the big things that we're doing and if there's any changes that we added. So in goal 1, it is really about professional development, facilities, our evaluation systems, which you're going to hear about later, our new teacher induction program, which some of you came today to see our teachers being successful in working towards clearing their credentials, maintaining district facilities, and we added including frequent inspections at school sites based on the student responses. And then an additional action is really reviewing expenditures over the course of 17-18, because we're going to have to make budgetary decisions for 18-19. So, and there's more to that in an upcoming goal. For goal 2, this is the meat of the instruction piece in our LCAP. So this is where we find our instructional coaches, the continued work we're doing to implement SIOP, and the work we're doing to get an early language acquisition program implemented in 2018-19, where we support data and support for our dual immersion program. A couple of things that we added this year based on, definitely based on parent feedback, was the realigning expectations for students in 6th through 8th grade language arts. That's a piece where we've spent a lot of time in math. We've adopted curriculum. We've started working. And what we found is that our 2 schools are not in alignment. And so we're going to do some vertical articulation with the high school staff and work backwards to make sure that we're really getting our kids ready for high school using our new curriculum that we just adopted. And then expanding our RHI program is a big piece. Really being able to provide that dedicated time each day so that students get what they need, whether that's extra support or that's extension and challenge. Goal 3, you can see working on a variety of things, art and music. This is where we're working on our graduate profile and our capstone projects. That's like a 3-year planning process. Culturally responsive education. And I think additionally, this is where we find the middle school schedule task force, where we had started the process, but then realized that adding a co-teaching model was going to impact whatever decision we made. And so we felt it better to step back to make sure we only had to change the schedule once as opposed to twice, because we want to make sure that all of our kids have access to electives and the support that they need, and then hiring a counselor for each middle school. And then our last goal has to do with our environment. Our school and community engagement facilitators are a big part of this goal. Having them work with our families and bring the resources that are needed to our students and families. Continuing with Parent University, which was very successful this year. We were planning to have 4 sessions, and with hard work, we had 7. And then a few other things. And then here's where you can see our additional actions and services. We had to put some actions and services in on attendance, suspensions, parent engagement, but particularly suspensions, because that was an area for us on our dashboard that was orange. And so we have actions in the school to be reviewing suspension data, to have a menu of alternatives to suspension, and have more training for our principals. And then we're going to have additional task force groups. You can see some of them here, looking at our human growth and development curricula, enrollment priorities, suicide prevention, and budget advisory task force. So we are going to be very busy next year. So a few things. You're very aware of the resources and the revenues and how we use our funding. You can see that our LCAP draws out of a lot of different funds, including our general fund, a supplemental category, and a variety of restricted state and federal funding. And then these are some highlights. You can see the amounts that we're spending in certain areas, highlighting for you the PSYOP, our coaches, our RTI expansion, middle school counselors. So we have a lot of great things going on, and we're excited about moving into next year. Our final process, we've been presented to District Advisory Council, presented to our District English Learner Advisory Council. We're in the process of finishing up our responses. We have to provide written responses, which we'll be posting and sending on Monday. And then we'll be bringing the LCAP back for public hearing on June 1st and final approval on June 15th. So I'm happy to answer questions.
Trustees, any questions?
I'll offer a question. Hello, Assistant Superintendent Bauer. One of the slides had a mention of needing to challenge some of our high-achieving students.
Absolutely.
You and I were both on the Gifted and Talented committee of several years ago.
Mhm.
Is that whole program kind of phased out under prior leadership? Is at some point, is it worth considering whether we should do something like that again? Because those are some of the, there's a lot of overlap between the kids that that program is serving and the kids I think you're referring to.
Yes, I think you're right. I think GATE as a gifted and talented program got phased out by the state through funding. We've continued providing enrichment funding, but I think you make a good point that that could be a committee that we could look at bringing back to really talk about how do we best support kids that really need that.
Okay. I support that.
I have a question. Sure. In terms of the survey, high school success,
Yes,
the teachers have a different perspective
absolutely.
compared to the students and the parents.
Yes.
So were you able to break it down and find out if the majority of the responses of those who thought that way were from the elementary world or the middle school world, or?
What I can tell you, what we've done so far, because we did start breaking the survey down. What I can tell you is that 79% of the respondents to our staff survey was certificated teachers. So we know the majority of the respondents were certificated staff. I cannot break down each individual question by respondent, but I can tell you that the majority were our certificated staff. So that's where we need to go to start finding answers to that problem.
Okay. All right. So my follow-up to that is what I'll be looking into as a board member when I look at that issue. I brought up the phrase of unevenness a couple months ago, and I'm still on that. So I'll be focusing on that even more come now in the future, because I think that the approach that you're promoting and trying to have more of a better working relationship and figuring out things between the high school district and the middle school teachers, I think we should also be doing even more
Absolutely.
between our middle school teachers and our elementary, because I still believe that whomever we have at Clinton and Graham can do better. And if they're not prepared early on, wherever they come from, and the unevenness is existing there, it might be too tough for them to catch up once they're at the middle school site, which means possibly that would explain the discrepancy of the performance, for that matter, wanting to make it to the high school. And that's what I'll be focusing on. So all these perspectives that we have in the LCAP, all these approaches that we have for English language learners, high performers, RTI, how successful that is, I see where all this is going. I totally see it. No one has to, I know what the goal is, and I know there's limited money and added on expense, right? So there's going to be a clash of interests sooner or later. And as a board, we'll have to decide with community input on budgetary cutbacks. At the same time, what I want to see is if we're investing this money in certain programs, what are the results, right?
Absolutely.
Going back to Trustee Nelson's perspective, let's see the specifics. Let's see what's working. Let's see what's not working. Let's see what we can improve on. But let's also address unevenness because it's out there. Right?
Absolutely.
So whatever PD we can do, I'd also like to find out what else would the teachers like specifically. Is it science? Is it math? Is it English language learner approach? Is it the pedagogy? What is it? Because I know what SIOP's about, but I don't know what sometimes when I see a number of 325,000 for professional development, I don't really know what that means, right? So, and if I'm a parent looking at that, I don't think that they'll know what that means either. So that's my soapbox. Anyone else?
Yeah. Other than the high school thing, which I don't know where that came from because as you point out, the teachers and the students and the parents aren't perceiving that. And having been at our high school for 7 years, I haven't seen that much of that. But what almost concerned me more was the fact that the teachers didn't feel empowered to participate at the district or something. That was like 19%.
Right.
And so I wonder if, there's a way to try to engage more participation that, would that perception change? Do the teachers get some kind of like a stipend or for participating on committees and things that are extracurricular? Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
they do. They get compensated for all of their time outside of their workday.
Okay.
Yes.
I would just love to see more, collaboration across the board. So I'm glad that there's some improvement at the school level, but I'd love to see that. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Agreed. Any other trustee?
I'll just
Ms.
comment.
Wilson.
I'm really excited from the staff's perspective to see the major jump in percentage increase from understanding the district's missions and goals. I think that's a direct result of all the hard work that's been done on the strategic plan, and to see so many of these categories, and not all, albeit, but most going up on across all these categories, I think just shows all your hard work and all the teachers' hard work, and I think we can only go up from here. So.
We're still in the question section. I have a comment.
Okay. Members of the committee, would anyone like to address this issue? Or any questions from? No, crickets. Okay, it's all good. It's all good. Let's move on to discussion. Trustee Coldonado.
In my superficial analysis, the student survey results are almost the same from one year to the next. They're like, sometimes they change by 1% or 2%. The parent results changed a little bit, but the staff results changed a lot. And maybe that's just because staff is paying attention most to like things going on at the district level, like, strategic plan implementation, other sorts of things we're doing. They're more likely to notice than the other two groups probably. So I'm glad that audience that's paying such close attention noticed what's going on.
I'll follow up with that I think it goes both ways, right? I mean, I've always said we're a little bit behind the ball. We're trying to catch up, and we're trying to do as much as we can within a limited amount of time. And I appreciate where we're at, because when my little one first started in kindergarten, this wasn't even in the mindset. I didn't see this, right? I didn't see a strategic plan. I didn't know about the board of trustees. I was just like, what is all this stuff? And what's dual immersion? Because I had bilingual ed and that was a nightmare, right? But the district's come so far in 2 years with all the pros that we have, and even with the cons, right? Even with TTO, we still learn from all that. And I think once you have an active district this way, trying to promote these ideas and the partnerships with the parents and with the teachers and with the board, then you have a different tactical approach to how to problem solve an issue and how you lift morale up. Because you're always going to have these budgetary constraints one way or another, 1 year or another, but the end result's always, what can we do to help our students out? And so by figuring this out as a community, that's why I like this approach so much, because we do get some feedback from the committees and from the online sites, the surveys. Those are huge. My only suggestion or thought, thinking out loud, would be to tap into the community engagement facilitator a little bit more, because we have them on site. They know who the parents are. if we want a higher result in survey participation, let's get them to help us even more with that approach. And with all the respect, I know Heidi has that under her auspice of leadership, and that's awesome. And I'm just thinking out loud that perhaps because we do have boots on the ground, there has to be a way where we can get them involved to get that parent to participate in the survey, right? There has to be a way. And at worst case scenario, you let me know, I'll go, right? Hey, then para acá, Maria, I will not hesitate. I will do that. But working like that collaboratively, I think that makes a big difference. So I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
And I appreciate that we have them there as an option to also look at, to spread the word about participation, engagement, asking questions, and in the life of the education of their children. Because PK has also made a big difference on that front too.
Yeah.
Not a lot of the school districts that we have close by have that type of a program. So.
Just echoing off of Tamara's praise, I want to comment, you had over 20% jump in the staff understanding of the goals, but also the underperforming students receiving the resources they need went from 40 to 63, English learners receiving the resources and support they need from 42 to 70, and special ed students 33 to 59, and I from among the staff. And so I think that's really remarkable. So kudos to everybody involved.
Anyone else? Nope. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Certificated Evaluation Task Force and Classified Evaluation Task Force presentation. 30 minutes. All right.
Good evening. I brought a team to present, so you'll hear some different voices for this. I want a representation of the people who are on the task force to present what we've done. You have a new version. We added details. We have 30 minutes to do 2 presentations, so everyone knows they're speaking quickly. I just want to let you know. We're going to start with the certificated task force. And I want to tell you that it began because in my position, I kept hearing from everyone involved, whether teachers or principals, that the evaluation system wasn't satisfactory. It was frustrating. So that's the anecdotal evidence, and it was constant. So we started. We do have some data that came in this year from the Precision Leadership Survey about leadership that was real. There was empirical evidence that there was a lack of feedback in a way that was meaningful and constructive. So if you look at the second bullet on the first page, you can see that we didn't, as a team, get terrible scores, but they were not our best scores for our leadership evaluation feedback process. Okay, is everybody with me?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
You keep going.
I will. All right. So I'd like to introduce Gloria Higgins.
Gloria Higgins. That's pretty easy. So we did start with the committee and looking at what our purpose would be. And I'll let you read those. But what you'll notice as you read those is we really focused on 2 broad purposes of evaluation. One is about really measuring effectiveness, and the other is about supporting growth. And I'll just point out in that first bullet that providing feedback, that's what Karen just mentioned, the data showed. That's an area that we really want to get better in. We also added some information or some purpose around evaluating team effectiveness. I think that speaks to our district's focus on PLC and collaboration. And we don't want to just look at individual teachers, but we also look at some team effectiveness as well. So that's really what we set as our purpose. We built a lot of understanding around those 2 purposes, and we really strove to balance those 2 purposes in the final recommendation that we're making.
We had a 2-year process. The first year we learned a lot. We did a lot of research. We had 9 members who stayed with us. They were invited from all the teachers, and then people answered. So thanks to all those people. We worked from November through April, about monthly. And we did a lot of research online. We brought in all sorts of programs to look at. And then we created a rubric, which Gloria will share in a minute, for comparing the programs, because we wanted to have criteria. We wanted to have a way to compare in a meaningful way. We chose and we saw demonstrations. We learned a lot about the fact that the programs we were looking at were not programs, they were platforms for uploading our own process. They weren't this magical solution, they were platforms. So we learned a lot that first year and did a lot of work, but we hadn't redone our own process. So we had nowhere to go with that. So.
That was the process slide. So that's okay. So what you see on the left-hand side of the screen here are the criteria that we as a task force in the first year came up with. This was how we wanted to evaluate the evaluation platforms that we were looking at that year. Those criteria were really informed by several frameworks that were out there. We had the Danielson model, who is a renowned expert in teacher evaluation. Marzano is probably a name that you're familiar with. We also looked at the CTA framework for what makes good evaluation, and this was the list that we came up with. I just want to highlight a couple of them. We talked a lot about how we could differentiate the evaluation process based on the stage in career that a teacher was at. So we wanted to do something different for our new teachers than we might want to do for a teacher who's at the peak of her or his effectiveness. So we really worked on adding some differentiated processes in there. We also built in some choice that Rebecca is going to talk about in a few minutes. And when we started to really evaluate the programs that you see on the top half of the right-hand side, the rubrics and checklists, we were looking for those in the platforms and they weren't really there. The various formats of evidence, that's where we really discovered that these were more platforms and we needed to look at our process more closely before we could make some choices about the platforms. We did narrow down those 4 on the top half to 2. The 2 that we chose were that first year were Teach Boost and Observation 360. And when we started in our second year, we took a look at some other platforms that were out there as well. So you see those 4 on the bottom half. This is, sorry, I forgot this is my slide too. This is just an example of what the rubric looked like. So you can see the criteria down the side. You don't see the full rubric here. It's just a sample. But we had several evaluators of each program, and we gave it some rankings from 1 to 5. And you can see our notes over on the side as well. I can't read those anymore with my older eyes, but that's really kind of what we looked at in our process. And I think this is Rebecca.
So during the second year, we had 9 members again, and we met 9 times between September through April. And we started with the work from the prior year with the programs that they looked at, and we added 2 more to them. And then we revised our evaluation process, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. And then we looked at those platforms with a new lens, knowing that there wasn't one platform that we could take and use, but we were looking at it for, could we upload our system into this platform? Would it be user-friendly? Could administrators use it easily as well as teachers? And then we chose the platform that would enhance our process. So some of the key revisions that we made. So we went back and we looked at our process, and we knew that we wanted to differentiate between permanent and non-permanent teachers, and then also build some choice into it. So currently, permanent teachers have a formal observation where they meet with a principal, then you do the observation, and then you have a post-observation meeting. We wanted to build in mini observations, which we picked up from Marshall. And these mini observations are unannounced observations that the principal drops in for 5 to 10 minutes, observes, and then you schedule a post-conference afterwards to discuss what happened. The choice here is that if a teacher is tenured, they have to choose 2 different evaluations. They can say, we want to do 2 formal ones, which is the meeting beforehand, observing, then afterwards meeting again, or they want the mini ones where the principal just drops in. We also added mid-year goal check-ins. So if the teacher is not on the evaluation cycle, we would meet during the mid-year to talk about how the goals were going. Right now with our current system, we don't have a way that we revisit the goals. It's kind of based site to site, how the principal follows up with it. So it's been built into the evaluation system to each time we have an evaluation or the principal meets with the teacher, that we're checking in on how those goals are going and we're giving feedback. Let's see. So that was the next point too, the ongoing feedback connected to the goals. And then we also added data on use of coaches. And we wanted to make sure that the coaches were involved with this in some way, although not trying to blur the line between where an evaluation is and where the coaches come in. So there's a line on the last part of the final evaluation that says, I met with my coach so many times in support of my goals, to show that, you know, they're working with the coaches to move towards the goals that they set in the beginning of the year. And it also has an enhanced focus on the connection to the CSTPs. So in the platform that we chose, Teach Boost, the screen is divided into 2, and it actually has all of the CSTPs on the side. So principals can mark it and say, I see that this is CSTPs, sorry, you can wave at me. California Standards for the Teaching Profession. So you can link and say, I see that you're doing a great job engaging students, and you can link it to, as you're watching the teachers teach, you can give an example. You asked a great question, and then it's highlighted for the teacher to see that this is how it's connected.
I'm Laura Gunshore. I teach kindergarten at Monteloma. And one of the important things that I think we found as a team going through the program is that it's kind of like a living, working document platform where someone like me, I've been teaching 22 years now, you know, you have your different needs, as we spoke about earlier. Gloria talked about the criteria. And of all those criteria, Teach Boost was the program or platform that had all the criteria that we were looking at. And I think giving choice in process and differentiating the needs for experienced teachers versus the new teachers, where they have their BIDSA support program, which is a separate entity, you know, means of support. I think that it empowers teachers. And, you know, I mean, I've had so many professional developments over the years. I mean, it would be nice to have some tools to catalog all of that, and, you know, go paperless, which is a really great part of this platform. I think that, you know, if you are looking at it from the teacher standpoint, it's nice to have a cohesive, almost like working document that you can, you know, you have your overarching goals for the beginning of the school year, and then as you go, you make, you know, your progress toward them, instead of, you know, them being put to the side. And, you know, you can really keep tabs on it, and for your own growth, and also as a team, a collaborative team, goals for the team, and then the piece about working with the coaches, which is, you know, a real blessing that our district provides. And I think that making that into a seamless program that's user-friendly, I think would really be a beneficial direction to go in. So that's it.
Hello, I'm Vern Taylor, instructional coach at Derkoff, and our expected outcome. So all this work we've done, we're hoping that we're making this a better system that is more effective for the teachers and the administrators that we have. We want to be able to provide a feedback mechanism, a feedback system that's ongoing. And so we're hoping that this evaluation system does do that. One of the perks is that it's paperless. And so we're able to actually track the data over time. So from year to year, right now, it's here's my paper file. I can look at my data and my growth, but with this system, we're able to track the growth over time in a system. So that's going to provide an added measure. One of the other benefits is that since this is a new system, all the administrators will be trained at the same time, and we can start to recalibrate how the administrators are observing and how they give feedback. So we're going to make sure that it's more of a uniform process. Right now, we have administrators who started 1 year and the evaluation system was handed down to them via their predecessor some way. And the same is true of teachers. Teachers started at different components, and there's confusion about which papers you fill out or which methodology or how long you have. And so this is a great fresh start for our systems for both administrators and the teachers. And then all of this serves to really improve teacher performance so that our students can learn. And so hopefully everyone will be happy with the new upgrades that we have. And then what are our next steps? So as the committee, we've consulted with MVEA. We're talking about how do we roll this system out in a way in which it's manageable for both the site administrator and the teachers involved. This is a new process. It's going to be different. It may be overwhelming for some. And so we're consulting with MVEA, me as part of it, as the vice president. So me and some of the other people. We're also consulting with administrators about how we want to do this beta test. We're going to try a beta test. And so the site administrators are going to meet with teachers and sort of come to a consensus about how do we want to roll this process out. For next year, it will be an opt-in per site. And so we may have one site, we may have, are there 10 schools? 10 sites? We may have 10 sites who do this. And so based on the extent of the rollout, if we only have one site participating, the training is going to be site specific. But if we have 10 sites participating or even 5 sites, we're going to have to create a space to do training and a protocol for that. We also need to finalize the agreement with the vendor. We're using TeachBoost. And so we have the documents ready. We need to upload them over the summer. We need to give them a few weeks so that we can really test that system out and calibrate it over the summer. Make sure that the forms work the way we want to, do some sort of beta testing, just practicing. And then we'll be ready for the rollout in the fall. And then as we're rolling out and doing our beta test, it is a beta test. And so we know that we will need to change things. And so we're we are ready to gather the feedback and the information so that we can provide a better system for the next year. So I think that's it. Any questions?
Trustees, questions?
Yeah.
Madam Wheeler.
So I was looking at the rubric, and you were making the distinction between a coach and an evaluator. But when you're showing us the rubric, who is performing the rubric? Is it only the site principal? Who is doing that?
Are you talking?
Who's filling out the evaluation?
Okay, hold on. Are you talking about this rubric?
Yeah.
This rubric was used to judge the platforms that we were looking at.
Right.
To
but
compare them.
Right. But when someone goes around and observes a teacher using whatever mechanism they're going to use, who is doing that evaluation?
The principal.
Okay.
Or assistant principal.
Mhm.
Or sometimes it might be a coordinator in special ed. They have administrative
But it's
credentials.
not like a team of
No.
evaluators. Okay.
It is not. The instructional coaches can be part of the talking about it and be prepared to help with it, but the only evaluator is an administrator.
Okay.
And that's a really important distinction.
But not the superintendent.
Not for the teachers.
In the past, past superintendents have done some observations and bring their clipboard in and
Oh,
evaluate things.
those are walkthroughs.
That's not part of this either.
No, not necessarily. Every time a principal goes in or the evaluator goes in, we'll just use that. Anything that an evaluator observes goes into the formal observations.
You talked
Or
about
minis.
You talked about 2 different models, one a formal, I think where you would have 2 of those per year, or the mini ones where you'd have theoretically multiple spot kind of sessions. Is that something that you were saying the platform could do either or do teachers select it, or does site select it? Like, how does that get implemented?
Each teacher would have a choice and discussion with their evaluator about how they would like to work on that. And because we're introducing something brand new, the unannounced, that becomes part of the program, there will be a choice of preparing a lesson plan formally, doing a pre-conference, an observation, a post-conference, or teaching, and the principal just comes in, does the observation, and at the end has a conference. So it's choice.
So
for
teacher
right now.
choice, and then the teachers might say, well, I've done the formal thing, I'm going to do that this year, but then they see other teachers doing the mini ones, and the next year they could switch it.
Mhm. They can switch it in the middle of the year because they're 2 formals. So they can do 1 and 2 or 4 and 1. A little bit of a choice.
I have a question, Vern. And, sir, are you all excited about this?
I am excited about this. I think that as a professional who teaches, who believes that we can all learn, this is that process of you're giving me feedback, I'm learning from that feedback. I think all of the teachers involved, all of the teachers that I've talked to want a mechanism to have feedback. We want to be told whether we're doing a good job or a bad job. And so I think that's the piece that's missing from our current evaluation, is that it really doesn't serve a negative purpose or a positive purpose. And I think we're really trying to change and say, I'm doing a good job here, and having more frequent observations allows for that to happen. If I get observed 4 times, that's 4 opportunities for me to show my strengths and areas that I need to grow on, versus I prepared this 1 lesson once, did a show and pony,
Dog and pony
dog and pony show.
Yeah.
I'm an English language learner.
Hey,
I'm
man.
sorry.
I totally know what you mean, man. It's all
It's
good.
late.
It's
It's
all good.
late.
Okay. Any other questions?
Well, we have another
Right.
presentation.
Well,
So
I was wondering because I'm just wondering because we have 2.
Should the board discuss this one now and then?
Right.
Yes.
And
Move on?
Yeah. So any community comments? No comments? Okay. So quick discussion here. Greg,
Highlights, anyone?
anyone? Anyone?
I like it. That's all I'm going to say. I think it's a great tool. To love the idea of going paperless and having things in one place. And I think those sort of spot the mini ones in general. I mean, that's the way the HR profession is going, because you get, real-time feedback, time over time. So I think it's, and it's probably easier for everybody involved too, because you're not spending a lot of time putting on your dog and pony show. So I like it. I think I hope it's successful.
we think there might be more of them coming as people learn about them. So
yeah, I'd like to say that, so one, yes, I appreciate all the work that you all did. It's obvious it took a lot of time and thoughtful evaluation, but I think it's going to be more embraced by the teachers in the district than something that, was just dropped in, from, some administrator somewhere or some expert. And I am, I'm glad to hear the enthusiasm of each of you of the process. So I know this has been a fairly lengthy process. We've been hearing about it for a couple of years, and so let's do it yesterday kind of thing. But I think the result is going to be really good.
thank you.
I want to echo those comments from Trustee Wheeler. I've been hearing about it since I joined the board, and I've always been excited for its potential to raise our game in the teaching profession in the district, and I hope it does.
I'm excited about it just because this is one of the examples of how we're coming forward and stepping up. And I'm excited to see the partnership, right? Because this is a partnership between both groups that in the end affect positively our students one way or another, which is great. But I'm excited because now this is a tool that was sorely needed, right? And the teacher cannot grow if they don't have something there in place that helps them monitor the pros and the cons, like where it's a level playing field, where everyone feels respected. I think that's key. And so when you have that, I wish I had that. No disrespect to my employer, but it's a little bit different out there sometimes. And the fairness factor, or the, hey, wait a minute, that was a bad day. That's not a reflection of me. that type of stuff, I know happens. But the fact that this gives you an option to also have the opportunity to say, I don't need a formal option, just come on by. That also gives the teacher an option to express their attitude, their perspective, their confidence, who they are, how they teach, their approach. So it gives the flexibility for that type of teacher and the other to also be evaluated fairly, which is great. I'm excited. Okay, what's next?
The next group is the
All right.
classified task
Wait,
force.
sorry.
Oh,
sorry.
Ms. Wilson. Yeah.
The only value added, and I concur with everything that's already been stated, is I think it's another opportunity to strengthen the relationship between the principals and the teachers by getting constructive feedback. I know oftentimes in many other jobs you don't get that, and you have more opportunities to stagnate. And I think that is another critical piece that I'll just add to the breadth of what's already been said. Growth mindset.
See, I would like to introduce, thank you. The Classified Evaluation Task Force, we have some presenters tonight too. You have another new thing with some more details. We will try to go quickly. Actually, I'm going to start because some of the reasons we started this task force this year were the same reasons we started the other one. And I learned from the other one, so we got this one done more quickly. So that's good. We had the same kinds of purposes. We wanted employee effectiveness. We wanted to provide support for growth and development. We wanted to maximize performance. And we wanted employee satisfaction. So we want them to, the classified staff to feel valued and listened to as well. Our process, I don't know where the number 8 came from, but we had 8 members. They were from a variety of positions. We had a library clerk, technician. We had someone from child nutrition. We had an HR technician. And we had a school site secretary. And, Mrs. Geisels joined us and Ms. Lambert joined us. So we tried to gather a lot of different kinds of people. We started discussing the pros and cons of the current process. There are a lot of cons. But an example of the things that were the lack of goal setting and the lack of an assistance plan. Basically, the classified staff had a one-page document for their evaluation with check. So there was a lack. So what we did was gather exemplar processes from the districts that you see listed below. People chose districts to find, and we brought papers in. This one's not a platform right now. We brought in evaluation systems from all over, and this group had more homework sometimes. Mrs. Geisels led a process where everybody read, highlighted, and then advocated for important components. And then there was a lot of what we called discussion and advocating about what was important to everyone. And we ended up moving forward with some of the ideas you're going to see.
So you can.
You can see that we changed some performance factors. The old one, of course, had performance factors, but that was part of the discussion that Karen was referring to, what to have in this one. And something really new for classified is a rubric for each performance factor. So it's less subjective on both ends. And as Karen also said, adding a self-reflection and goal-setting component to classified as well, because it did not exist before. And then our process of timelines and how often and who, that was all discussed as well. So these are the performance factors that we settled on. And some of them are very similar to what already was on the form or are just worded more precisely, and others are new. And we looked at all those samples from the other districts and combined some and made it work for us. And that was that process that Karen was talking about of going back and forth and highlighting, and ended up with these. And then this is a sample of the rubric. We got lucky and some other districts had rubrics, so we were able to borrow. And then we did some wordsmithing, which took a little bit to make it work for us. And so these are just some samples here. And across the top, we also, one meeting was discussion about what the descriptors at the top should say, the outstanding, satisfactory, support needed, or unsatisfactory. And these are what we settled on.
So some of the key revisions that we made were adding a self-reflective and goal setting. So we created a form that allowed each classified employee to reflect on their accomplishments over the past year, and then one area that they would like to focus on in the following year. The form would be 3 short answers and would be completed prior to the meeting with their supervisor. We also changed the performance factors, as Terry mentioned, and created a rubric for those performance factors that we didn't have before. And this would be beneficial to the administrators and the classified employees because it serves as a guideline in each performance factor to administrators and gives the employee an example for an outstanding marking for each category. So if they have room for improvement, they know what is expected in order to receive that outstanding marking. We've changed the option for an evaluation, which is currently every year for permanent employees, to every other year, as long as they have not changed sites or, of course, job classification. And we've added an assistance plan format. So if an employee received a marking of support needed or unsatisfactory, they would be required to complete the assistance plan so that they can improve in that area. The expected outcomes are to update and upgrade our system and improve training. So we have added a 1-page instruction page for the administrators that outlines the entire process from start to end and what's required to complete an evaluation. We also have like to improve the training and understanding for employees. So to make all those forms available to employees and provided training, especially for the goal setting and assistance plan forms, because those are in addition to the current evaluation. And of course, to maximize performance and satisfaction. So our next steps would be to consult with CSEA and the site administrators. And our task force has agreed to meet over the summer so we can determine a rollout plan. And that would be to whether we're going to roll out to the entire staff or to volunteer sites. And based on the extent of the rollout, determine timeline for training for both the administrators and the employees. In our last meeting, we brought up our latest version and we discussed and made some revisions. So we'll be sending out an updated version tomorrow so that the members of the task force can review it again and see if any further revisions need to be made and then implement the rollout.
Any questions? You'll see some similarities, I think, in those documents. Yes. Oh.
Madam Wheeler.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the key revisions page and the last 2 bullets about changed option for evaluation to every other year. And then after that, added assistance plan format. I'm wondering if someone needs an assistance plan, does that mean that they can still opt for an every other year evaluation, or is a component of an assistant plan that you have to be evaluated more frequently?
The evaluator decides whether or not it's every year or not. And so a permanent employee who's in good standing and has good marks can do the every other year. Otherwise, they go back on the cycle.
But you said it's the evaluator who makes the determination, not
Yes.
the employee. Okay,
Yes.
that's what I was going to ask about too.
Yes.
Any other questions? No? Any community comments? No? Discussion?
Oh,
Looks
similar, similar comment to the other. It seems like excellent work. Each of you dug into this section, into this work, and you came up with a product that's going to be believable to, the employees in our district. So thank you a lot.
I do want to thank them. They worked hard and spent extra hours.
And they're working this summer too. Here, here.
Well, I'm hoping it's because they believe in it and want it to work. So.
Well, and I think that's the whole end goal to all this, that when you see that partnership develop, this is the first step. This is just one example of what we can do together if we work together towards a common goal. And that's why I'm so excited for these two options, because now I feel like there's more of a better, I don't want to say kumbaya environment, but right.
Yeah.
But I like that team perspective. I've always been a huge proponent of that, because we all have different strengths, right, to offer. And if we can tap into that to make ourselves better, why not? So thank you for all your help, and thank you for your effort, and thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Capital projects update, project status and budget allocation summary. Dr. Clark.
No, just don't want to get sick. Hi.
Hey.
Uh-huh.
What happened to your wrist?
I don't know. I hope it's nothing, but I can't hold anything. So I'm using the brace for my right hand on my left, so we'll see how things get better, maybe. Okay, so tonight we're doing a capital projects program update that we haven't been here for a while, so there's quite a bit of a change that we'll show for you. So kind of a brief tour quickly through the all the projects. We had the opening and the use of the auditorium at Crittenden. So it's nearing completion. It's not 100% complete. There's still some items that need to be done on both the Crittenden auditorium and the new classroom building, but the exterior of the auditorium. And then the interior, these were pictures that were taken about a week or so ago. So you can see there was actually still some work going on before Tuesday. And then you get to, so that was the auditorium at Crittenden. Part of one of the kind of the byproducts of a brand new auditorium at Crittenden was the need to create a transportation office. You may recall that the transportation office essentially sat in the parking lot on that side of the building, or that side of the campus. And so when we built the auditorium, we had to relocate the transportation. It's not a great picture. It was kind of an afterthought to take the picture of the as I walked by that morning, and the buses, the bright yellow buses, were on the brand new black asphalt, and it was pretty dramatic, but it was a little dark. But back behind those buses is a portable that is the office for transportation, and they seem to be very happy to be in their new home. So the Crittenden new building, this is the Innovation Center standing across from the courtyard very early in the morning. And so it should have been a little brighter, but I think the ribbon cutting went really well. You'll see this was taken last week or so before we got finished. This was the amphitheater that's in the courtyard for the Crittenden new courtyard. And there's handrails on there now that they weren't there when this picture was taken, but it is quite dramatic. A native, so a living classroom. We'll be doing a native garden on the far side and that big brown patch of dirt. That's coming soon, but they didn't want to plant now. It's not the best time to plant as it gets into the heat, so they'll come back in the fall and plant. This is the inside of the classroom building in the Innovation Center. Again, a couple of days before you guys were there. That's what it looked like. It looked very different on the ribbon cutting night. The library itself is rather large. The new classroom building has 6 regular classrooms, plus also a production studio classroom and the production studio itself on one end of the building. And at the other end of the building is this library, a very large space with a lot of space for stacks and books to hold 20,000 volumes of textbooks, not textbooks, sorry, but library books. So that's Crittenden, a lot of stuff going on. They're not done either on the new building. There's still a little odds and ends with the punch list. Graham's auditorium, this was taken a few weeks ago. It looks very similar to that right now from the outside. We are trying to finish up some landscaping on Monday and Tuesday in preparation for Tuesday night's ribbon cutting and the concert. So hopefully that will get completed. The inside, they look very different, the Crittenden and Graham auditoriums. They had different architects. They had kind of have a different feel. So they're both quality products, but they're not the same. They are not a cookie cutter auditorium. We didn't design one and build, two of them. So the Graham and Crittenden both have a very unique feel for their campus. And I do believe Graham has 10 more seats than Crittenden. Not on purpose, just that's the way it worked out with the layout. So those are almost done. And hopefully in the next few weeks, by the first week in June, we'll be signing off. We hope to bring the notice of completion documents to the board either on June 1st or June 15th to say that we are completely done. So in progress right now, Castro's new school is really the one that's the big one under construction, or at least when this picture was taken with the major amount of work. Even this photo, it doesn't do it justice. They have the gravel pads are packed for all the buildings, so for the classroom buildings. So if you drive by and peek in between the fence panels, you'll actually see the kindergarten building, the admin building, and the 3 classroom buildings. You'll see exactly where they're going to be. And they're working this week on the multi-use room and also the library. And they should be starting to dig footings for the multi-use room this week. The end of this week, they'll dig the trenches. They'll start sitting rebar in the next week or so. The hope is we are very cognizant of the last day of school is June 6th. They'll bring the big pump trucks in to pour concrete on June 7th. So on the kindergarten building, that'll be the first pour. So here we go for summer. So if you've noticed, have been around at most of the schools that are ones that are getting work. This was a photo was taken a couple of weeks ago for Stevenson. Now they have all 10 containers on their dumpster, and most of the schools who have construction this summer look very similar to that. So the first projects for us at Crittenden, you have the Creekside Trail Track and Field project, which has already started. This photo actually comes from Rock Street. Taken to the right of those 2 portables that sit out on Rock Street at Crittenden. And you can see that's exactly where the trail will be when it is all said and done. So they'll start in May, which they've already started. When school is out officially, they'll expand the fence line to take over the track and field area. And the trail is not, the track and field project is not incumbent upon the trail being done. So they'll probably start to do the amount of work that they'll need to do on the trail. When they're doing the work on the track and field, they'll go back and do the trail. There's not a real urgent desire for the contractor to finish the trail, then go work on the track and field, because he wants to bring his equipment out at the same time to do the same work. The city is aware that that trail is most likely closed until December, but they will continue to work, and if they can get it open sooner, they will. But the track and field should be done December, so when kids come back to school in January, it will be open. Graham's Courtyard project, that was part of their overall modernization and construction project. This is the very last project on the Graham Courtyard. If you look at that picture, all the green is the courtyard that's outside their music building. So the area between their classroom buildings, their music building, and also at the back of the auditorium. And the auditorium is on the left side. So the goal is to create a very similar feel of what Crittenden has. A space where a lot of trees, a lot of green, places to go sit, and then also the amphitheater. Crittenden at the end of their courtyard has seat walls with a stage, and you can see from the picture, Graham will have the exact same thing. They'll have an amphitheater that actually goes up into the stage that's underneath the back of the auditorium. That's the summer. Castro Mistral, this summer of 17, Mistral, the wings, the 4 wing classrooms, the 16 classrooms where Castro Mistral teachers are right now, they will eventually be the Mistral school. That work will get done. This is just an area between the 2 wings. The classrooms get their modernization, flooring, walls, paint, flooring, electrical, data, fire alarms work that has to be done. There's not a huge amount of scope in between the wings. It was a VE item that we came out, that we took out for the simple fact that the project itself was over budget. And so we looked at what was planned to do that. The architect had a lot of pavers, concrete pavers, stone pavers in between all the wings. We took that out. So the idea is see how much greenery we can add in there to make it look good, but it was a cost savings. Montaloma is getting started. They've already started on the kitchen remodel. We started with the cooperation of the school site. The contractor came in on May 1st. set up fencing. It has started to do the demolition of the kitchen. It will get into high gear this next week where they actually start demoing the back of the kitchen. They've been taking apart equipment, working on the electrical disconnects, the plumbing, and now they'll actually start demolishing the inside to start working on doing the flooring. Part also this summer is the modernization of the classrooms and the toilet rooms. Those will be done this summer. So it's the same kind of scope at all the schools, flooring, paint, flooring, electrical data, fire alarm. Monte Loma has a unique piece of their scope is that we have to do a fire lane, which you saw earlier for German school. It's the lane for the fire trucks. We have to do essentially the fire loop itself, but this one's for the water line. So there's a lot of trenching that goes along with that. So that's why Monte Loma itself as an entire campus gets closed. We were hoping that the administrative office and staff room, and plus also the roofing and canopy work was going to get done for this summer, but we did not get out of DSA. So that work has been delayed to summer of 18. Stevenson, the temporary housing, the contractor comes on site on Monday. So the fencing comes up on, that gets delivered Monday morning. They'll put up the fencing. They'll take over the back half of essentially it's a huge chunk behind the district office parking lot and behind Stevenson itself. They'll take over the entire piece of property. The large equipment will come in either Monday afternoon or Tuesday, and the goal is by the end of the week, they will have the area for the temporary campus where those 10 portables will be for preschool, to have that area completely graded by the end of the week with all that dirt piled up behind Stevenson. They'll go in and do the footings because if you recall, those 10 portables get moved over, but they get set at grade because that becomes the permanent preschool at the end of the project. So they'll dig that out, do the footings, do all the utility work, and then they'll use the dirt piled up behind Stevenson to go back. So it will be quite dramatic over the next couple of weeks, the last couple of weeks of school. And then of course, school closes, Stevenson gets done, Stevenson moves at the end of the summer into that temporary campus for that year. Huffbub and Landals, same thing. We start on summer of 17. Contractor will not come on site till probably that very last week of May, maybe even that May 20, I think it's May 30th, which is that Tuesday because it's after Memorial Day. They'll come in, same thing. They're going to actually use one of the old portables that we're going to remove and tear down. They're going to use that as an office, which is great because it helps saves us a little bit of money that we're not paying for them to have an office for a year. And it was one of those buildings that is essentially going to be demolished and carted away. So they'll come in and take over that last week. Fencing will go up, not go up, but be prepared. And then the same thing, last day of school on June 6th, right after the bell and dismissal and kids and staff clear off the campus, the contractor will start putting up fencing and then the movers come. And then the MUR construction, once the summer, the new portables get placed and they demolish the existing portables at the back, the MUR construction will start, which will be essentially for about a year. And then just a couple more things. Slater and Therakoff really don't have a lot of work over the over summer, and then also the 17-18 school year, but they do start. Slater in the next spring of 18 will actually start to do some site work to come in and start clearing out some of the fields and getting prepped to do most of the buildings. And then construction is essentially spring of 18 until summer of 19. And then Therakoff, they're the one school this summer that is, luckily not all the schools are under construction this summer. Therakoff is not. They start their MUR expansion in April or May of 18, and it will go to September, but probably most likely October of 18 to be completed. But we'll have to make just the same way that we're doing at Monte Loma. Monte Loma's MUR will not be finished on the first day of school, but it will be safed off where we can actually use it. It'll be the same thing for Therakoff when we do that. And then their classroom modernization takes place in the summer of 18. That is a capital projects program update. We can do questions on that, or do you want to jump to the budget, the BAS, and then we can do it all at one time?
Go for what? I'm doing this.
I want to make a comment about how it's just astonishing to see that this is finally all happening, and you've seen plans and ideas, and here it finally is, and you're just rolling these all through it. So kudos to you, kudos to people in the past who've worked on this. Kudos to our project managers, all those people. It just looks wonderful.
Yeah, thank you.
the reverse of that, getting very granular. We got some feedback from parents, or some parents been asking about why is there carpeting in some of the classrooms versus tile floors? Is that a cost issue, or?
Not
do you know?
really. It's more of a desire. We had a conversation with the principals almost 2 years ago. I think it was like the spring of my first year. The superintendent and I, with executive team and all the principals, and we had a conversation about classrooms. And it was pretty mixed. Some liked all tile for reasons of sanitation, health, et cetera. And if somebody gets sick or spills something on carpet, it's hard to get, maybe necessarily to get it up. But then the other half wanted carpet down to where it felt a little softer in a classroom versus being just industrial with being solid tile. And there's also complaints sometimes about the noise that goes into a classroom of tile when desks and chairs constantly moving versus being on carpet. So right now the plan is that there's kind of a mix. There's carpet in most of the classroom, but then there's tile in the wet areas. So from like in front of the doors, in front of the sink. Some of the classrooms have doors. Hofbauer and Landals is a good example. They have the doors directly opposite. So that whole back area would be tile as well. So some like it, some don't. I'm not sure if there's one way that's better, but if we do carpet, yes, we will absolutely have to manage it.
Thank you.
Sure.
Any other trustee questions? Would any member of the public like to speak on this item?
Can I ask, why is our vice president leading this part of the meeting instead of the president?
I'd like to defer that question to the president.
I had stepped out.
Okay.
And then I gave the gavel to Greg.
And so he's,
And
in his view, it lasts for the whole item.
That's been a tradition I've had.
That's the tradition. That's the protocol that President and I observe. Would any trustees like to discuss this item?
I have a quick couple points.
Go ahead.
I like the fact that we're moving forward this way, which is great. And I also want to give thanks because I'm relatively new still to the board, right? I'm not a pro at this, but everyone who voted for Measure G, the prior board, prior superintendents, teachers, parents, the oversight committees, it's finally coming to fruition. And we're seeing this evolution of the school district happen before us as a new board and as members with a new executive team here mostly, right? This is exciting times. And I'm hoping the community realizes that and understands this for what it's worth, because to go through all these changes in a matter of years in one school district and to take on everything that we're looking at, from a partnership between teachers and the union reps and principals for evaluation processes, and then pedagogy, how's that going to look like with a new curriculum course, core curriculum standards? That's a lot to take on. And so this, Dr. Clark, I have to thank you again over and over for just managing this so well and presenting to the board at all times any and all updates, and for being patient with us with our questions, both from this board and the previous one, because there were moments there where there was a lot of stress. But now, I mean, we see it's all worth it. And I want to thank everyone for believing in the district.
I just had one kind of technical question, Dr. Clark. I was at a master's in governance class, and I got into a discussion about construction projects. I was asked whether we were collecting level 3 developer fees, and I can't, it doesn't say, it has a developer fees line. I just want to get your kind of quick response to like how that works, and if we are, and if we aren't, if we should or could.
We can't do level 3 fees without state action, and the state has to decide to do that. The state
does not currently. No one can collect level 3 developer
No,
fees.
there was a talk about the possibility of this current school year, 16-17, that the state may actually go forth and let people do it, and they didn't do that.
They didn't do it, so
They
no one
didn't
can do that.
No one can do it. Level 1 is pretty common.
Uh-huh.
And then level 2, I can't remember where there's a cutoff, but there's a distinction between what you need for a district and growth versus you almost have to do a demographic study, a needs analysis study for us to figure out what we need for the future. So we can actually charge developers level 2 fees, which will generate some more money. But some of the talking to our attorney, he's actually seen some districts who do level 2 fees, and it's a couple of cents per square foot. So you go through the time and effort and money to do these studies to qualify for just a few pennies on an increase per square foot.
Hmm.
So there's not a lot of worth it. A lot of at the moment, there's probably not a lot of value to pursue it.
Hmm.
But as we move forward, like in the next year or so, it's probably worthwhile to review, especially what's coming on with Wisman and North Bayshore.
Yeah.
It might be time to look at that again to say that there's a lot of building going on in the future. It might be worth it, and we might actually get some a significant increase in square foot.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Anything else on this item? Okay, I don't have an agenda right out in front of me.
Where were the
On
BAS?
to the next one.
Thank you.
No, the BAS.
Thank you, Trustee Coronado. Thank you for being understanding.
They're still on G.
Yes. So we're moving on to G, capital, well, I'm sorry. We're moving on
We're done
to
with G,
H,
right?
Governor's May revision
We're
to
on
the.
the second part of G.
We still have to
Oh,
go over
I
the
see.
budget
I see
allocation.
what you're saying. Okay.
Oh, I was already looking at that
So then
page.
it's
I wasn't
still
supposed to look
you
at that
then.
yet? Sorry. I was already asking about that. Okay, take it away, Dr. Clark.
So this is the updated budget allocation summary for Measure G. And some of the things have changed. You'll see that we've gone ahead under revenues in the green boxes. We've already added in the revenues that we would plan or anticipate to receive from the state for Prop 39 energy expenditure plan, which is just over $1.16 million for us. That's been added to the overall revenue that's come in. And as we start to, Kathy, do you mind to scroll down a little bit? Some of the projects that, oh, that's good, perfect. 1A, B, and C, those things haven't changed too much. 1B took I don't want to say a savings, but it definitely a reduction in cost. We for the rest of this school year, or for the rest for next year, we don't have a director. So that was just over $1 million if we look at past BASs. So that's a little savings. The program contingency hasn't been touched. It's still $9.9 million. And this format looks a little different from the last time we did this as well. So the next section, which is says completed. Those are projects that are done, finished, completed. The final bill has come in. That's the total amount that we've reported to the state as the total cost. And then the next section is in progress current projects. Those are ones that are actually working, almost completed. We know we're going to do them. We've started the process, the design, something to that effect. We know that's on the scope. We're planning to do it as part of the capital projects program. A couple of things just to point out, Castro Mistral Phase 2, which is actually the Castro New School. The budget for that was around 25 million, came in at 29, or it was 25 and some change, almost 26. This is right at 30. It's about $4 million over budget. We are still looking, I haven't seen it yet, but they're working on a value engineering list of things that we can go into the school and start to remove. And then we'll work with the superintendent to go through and see what we can pull out. We've had some conversations with Principal Lambert about, you had this in the scope. Is that something you still need? Is there something else we can do that might solve that problem? And there'll be future conversations as well. We hope to save maybe $1 million or so out of that project itself. And then as we get to some of the other projects, Huff Pub and Landals, which is line 22, phase 1, the temporary portables and the MUR, it's 21. It's about $1.5 million or so over budget. Right now, we are facing kind of a building boom on the peninsula in the Bay Area. Everyone is building, everyone is busy, and it is very expensive, and they can pretty much charge what they want. So if we want to move forward on projects, we have to pay. Graham's Courtyard bids next Tuesday. We're all crossing our fingers that the bids actually come close to budget. We're not anticipating for them to be under budget, but at least they will come close. So as you get to the bottom, the very last line B, the kind of yellow, 261 million. That's either what we've already spent or we've budgeted or we've allocated out. We're about just over $3 million in the red for the overall program. And the reason why I'm not too concerned is that we have still a couple of years of projects to go through. We're looking at VE items for Castro and also for Huff Pub and Landals MUR. We might get actually pretty close. If we can get a couple of million closer to towards to zero, it would be really nice. And then I threw in the green line that if we actually took some of the bond contingency, the 9.9 money, and used that without any changes to the plan, but expenditures, how much money we would actually have left if we wanted to zero out the balance itself, and we would still have over $6.5 million. And if you'll recall, each project that we have has a contingency budget built into the overall budget itself. So if we can get through a project that doesn't have very many change orders, or the change orders are minimal, then some of that money comes back to the bottom line, which helps us overall.
Trustees, any questions?
Yeah, so you talk about maybe some money left over. What's the status of the canopies over lunch tables?
That's unfunded scope at the moment.
Yeah.
So
They're-
it's
they're the bottom line
The very
now.
bottom line. It's on the list, but we don't have money for that at the moment. We wouldn't allocate that out, given that we still have a lot of millions of dollars of programs or projects to construct.
Right. So
So-
if we have this money left over.
Right.
Because this is another question that parents ask all the time.
Oh, yeah.
Right. It's on the list.
Yeah.
So as we get to, my guess is somewhere probably in summer of 18, because by come summer of 18, most all the schools will be done except for the rest of the district office and preschool and Slater. And we'll
And
see how
Therakoff.
things are.
And Therakoff.
Therakoff gets done essentially in summer of 18. So
Oh.
if we get to the 18-19 school year, sorry, I wasn't too clear. If we get into that school year, then we'll start looking at, and this contingency is still 9.9 sitting there. Then we'll start to look at allocating that out. We'll come back to the board and say, do you want to dip into the contingency to start allocating other projects?
Any questions, trustees? Dr. Clark, you mentioned that, was it line number 14 there? Castro Mistral Phase 2?
Right.
Came in at, it looks like just about 30 million?
Right.
And it was 25, did you say?
20, it was high 25, so it's about $4 million.
So about
over
26
budget.
to 30?
Right.
How much of the 26 was this contingency that you say is built into every project?
I don't know off the top of my head what that program had, but sometimes it's a 10% by the time you do with soft costs.
Okay.
So it's sitting there. So if we can get through the project itself without change orders, or minimal change orders, there'll be some money that comes back at the end of the project. But I don't feel lucky on that. That's a hard, those are hard dice to roll.
Is it appropriate to say, okay, well, that was 26 and it went to 30, so 4 million, that was 15% above budget. If all the other double-digit million projects below it on the BAS went 15% over, we'd be in trouble.
Correct.
So is there anything that we should be doing now to forestall that sort of trouble?
So then Castro and Huffpub and Landals get VE, the projects that we have, is we're in design.
Say that again, get to design engineering, DE?
Yeah, value engineered.
VE,
Right.
okay.
So we'll go through and start looking, do we really need that? Like, for example, in one of the projects, I won't name, they had put in a special type of whiteboard that was not the district standard. And so we found that and said, no, the whiteboard doesn't go there, but it had already been costed out by the contractor. So that goes back to the district standard of whiteboard. So there's some savings there. So that's a VE item. That's an item that we can look at the savings. But as we get into design, this summer we'll be very busy getting into DSA. We're trying to get ahead of DSA, even though they're very long and very late, and it takes them a very long time to get approval. There's several projects that are going into DSA this summer that will start next summer. So if we can get in and get better designs up front, then that reduces the number of change orders at the end of the day when you actually get into construction.
Okay. I imagine that when they didn't finish off the waterproofing at Mauna Loma 20 years ago, that was probably some version of value engineering that they were forced to do.
Could be.
And they had to pick something they couldn't finish.
Could be.
I'm always wondering if there's anything we should be more proactively value engineering to give us more of a buffer that we could go and add in afterwards. But it sounds like you think that we're fine to, at each phase, be looking at how much different things are coming in over and really quickly value engineering right then.
But we're trying to do it earlier.
Yeah.
So you're not getting into, because once you get into the bid documents, the bid set and the bid documents, then architects, we pay them essentially to go back and rewrite those and to redraw them. And if you actually bid that, then a contractor is saying, I thought you were going to do scope A, B, and C, and now you're taking out C. Well, I bid that, so you got to help me out.
The value engineering gets pretty tough after that.
It is tough. That's why you want to do it before all that stuff. So the goal is to get as much stuff done ahead of time and in front of it, but also not design better, but design and have that really clear before the architect goes away and actually do construction documents. Then we actually bid a clean set.
Is there any guidance the board could give you that would help you more effectively value engineer to the maximum extent ahead of time? Or it's kind of like all ships already sailed and
some ships have sailed.
We're just hoping.
Yeah.
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 Okay. Okay. Thank you for building all the things that you guys have gotten built.
You're welcome.
And putting it all together on one page, which never happened before you joined the team. Thank you. I can't remember if I asked. No, anybody in the community like to comment on this item? Okay, and I guess we're done with discussion. Yeah, that rounds out item 10G.
Thank you.
Sir.
Moving on to H, Governor's May revision to the proposed 2017-2018 state budget. Dr. Clark.
Thank you. So the governor put out his May revision last Thursday. The county CBO meeting, we watched the press conference. It was semi-entertaining. And so all I have is the highlights and maybe the themes and the impact for us that I have gleaned from and working with the Director of Fiscal Services, Maria Lou, what we've gleaned from the CASBO analysis, AXA, California Association of School Business Officials, the Association of California School Administrators, AXA, also CSBA, the School Boards Association, and then School Services itself. We attend the School Services presentation tomorrow in San Jose, as a matter of fact. And so this is what we've picked up, kind of the big ideas from the governor's budget. So just a quick overview. The May revise was better than January, not woohoo improvement, but it was better. Prop 99 minimum guarantee was up by $1 billion, but recall that we are a community funded school district, basic aid. So if there's more money coming into LCFF, we don't benefit from that as a school district. Now, if there's one discretionary money that is a bonus for us, he had some discretionary money in January, but he took it out in May. So that $48 that we were going to get per kid is now at $0. He was very clear that cuts are coming over the next few years. He was quite adamant. So a couple of the general themes from CASBO urged the legislature to not spend beyond current investments. There's some talk about some additional revenues that have come in, and that's always kind of been, as we came out of recession, that people who have projects now see an opportunity to spend those additional funds. School Services, of course, is warning fiscal prudence. They are definitely by nature a conservative organization. And then AXA, fiscal discipline and restraint while issuing several warnings of risk to the state's economy. Everyone is starting to prepare, or at least the organizations that we looked at are starting to prepare for something is on the horizon. So the economy and revenues, big picture, the governor's budget made a comment that if the federal government actually repeals the Affordable Care Act, California itself in 2020 could lose approximately $4.3 billion, and it would grow to $13 billion in 2027. I said as a basic aid district, we get our property taxes, but if you go back to the recession back in 2008 and 2009, when deficit factors were 15, 18, 20, 22% for revenue limit districts, there was the basic aid fair share. And it was all basic aid districts had essentially there was a cut, 9.87% of your money went to the state. And so we gave it back. So the economy and the state level is poor. We as a basic aid district, a community funded district are not immune to any reductions. A general kind of a feeling of uncertainty and unpredictability. The Department of Finance does forecast a $55 billion revenue shortfall over the next 3 years with the recession of moderate intensity. So now Brown and the DOF and others are saying something is coming.
And they put a number on it. Have they ever put a number on it before?
Well, they're forecasting a $55 billion shortfall in 3 years.
I haven't ever heard them say the dollar amount that the shortfall is going to be.
maybe the Prop 2 rainy day fund will save us all. So, local control funding formula, $1.4 billion towards the LCFF gap closure. Again, doesn't have a real impact to us, but you'll see that percentage and hear that percentage. And some community members think that it's a percent that school districts are getting. Therefore, we must be just rolling in the cash, but we don't benefit from that. But definitely the LCFF districts who are state funded do. The COLA is up 1.56%, up from 1.48, minimal, but at least it's on the rise up. If you recall last year, they had the COLA at 0.48%, and it ended up being 0 from January to May. So at least we stayed positive. I already mentioned discretionary funds. In January, we were $48 per kid. In May, though, he has now said it's 0, but he's building in some contingency language. So if revenues in Prop 98 reach a certain level, he'll give $1 billion in discretionary money to school districts, except that money will not come until May of 19. So it's not even the 17-18 fiscal year, it's the 18-19 school year. So in our assumptions, which we'll see, that discretionary amount is now 0, and we don't plan for it to come in the future. Some other key points, PERS and STRS, of course, continued increases. The state is not going to contribute to that, which they haven't yet. Special education is subject to the COLA this year. Last year it wasn't. The school facilities bond, Prop 51 that we passed, they are actually working on the process to allocate funds. Brown said that he will issue the first bond if the school facilities program gets revamped to where it's a little more equitable and a little more fair to school districts who don't maybe have the capacity or the capabilities to get out and get essentially all their ducks in a row to get to the state to apply for funding. And I know that they're working on something, the idea of the unduplicated count. Some districts who have higher unduplicated percentages get some special consideration and assistance to get them up on the line to get in the queue for money. But we'll see what happens for that. Prop 30 is continuing. This is the last school year that we're about to adopt 17-18 for the Prop 30 money, and it's about $1 million. That money, even though the taxes shifted in some, I always get them backwards. The sales tax ended in 16, or the personal income tax ended, and then the other one ends in 18. We thought we might actually take a cut, but they are forecasting or projecting that we get the same amount of money that we were getting before, which is good. So the multi-year projection, Brown made a comment that this is the 8th year of continued growth. The record is 10. So we're coming up on that. And I think that's why, according to Brown, what he said.
Which 10 years were the 10?
I don't know.
I just want to know which year ended that and how bad that blew up.
It would be a good thing to look at.
Okay.
Post-war, I would imagine.
It might be the .com
No, I
.com
don't
one.
think so.
Actually,
it
it
was
might
like
be
93 and then the .com bubble versus 99. But it's still, there was recession in 92.
So colon out years improves. Right now we're at 156, and then we jump to over 2s in the next couple of years. The factor for us that I know the superintendent and I are watching, as well as the entire district, is that the Mountain View assessed valuation is starting to slow. So the last 2 years we've been over 12% or greater. Currently in May, we're at 5.5%. As part of our assumptions, we have assumed a property tax growth of 7% in the 17-18 school year. So we are, if things don't change or get better between now and the final number, we're 1.5% down in revenues for what we're projecting. So we're even projecting a deficit right off the bat. Speaking of assumptions, so these were the board action items from April 6th. Nothing has changed. Those are all the items, just as a reminder. STRS and PERS, those numbers continue to go up in 1920. Definitely PERS is on the increase. STRS has not changed, but PERS took action this past spring, I think it was, where their numbers actually really start to increase. Next page, the positions that are still there, those were all approved on the 6th. And this last page, which I gave to you in the presentation that is attached to the board item, I neglected to put the parcel tax in as an assumption, because all the numbers before, we didn't have a parcel tax. And now between this one and the next one, we actually have a parcel tax. So the page that I left for you to add on, the projected reserve levels are actually quite nice for those 3 years. I will tell you that When this went to the board, which was last Friday as part of the board packet, which was finished on Thursday, so essentially a week ago, some of these numbers have changed because we have gotten closer and closer to finalizing the 17-18 budget adoption. So I will tell you, a week ago, these numbers were accurate. Now they are a little bit lower because we have gotten closer and closer to looking at exactly about 17-18. So I just want to make sure that you and the public are a little
Which
clear.
numbers are lower? The reserve levels?
The reserve levels.
Okay, they
They've-
dropped down a little bit.
They've dropped down a little bit. And then so for the future, some considerations, who knows what's going to happen at the federal and the state level with any actions that the feds may take. That's definitely have an impact on the state, which could roll down to us. Negotiations for MBA are currently in progress. And then of course, CSEA and management follow, most likely in the fall during the 17-18 year. And then of course, school services always likes the best education plans are good reserves, conservative budgeting, and rigorous setting of priorities. And I know that the superintendent has already talked about a budget advisory committee, and that'll be something we'll be looking at next year as to address our deficit as we move forward. So next steps, I made a comment that we're at the school services presentation tomorrow. And so if there are any changes that we learn that are tomorrow that are material, those will come back on June 1 at the public hearing for the budget adoption. I don't think there's anything hidden anywhere that we haven't seen or anything that would make such a significant impact for us to make a big change for the June 1st board meeting. And if there is something that is so material that makes the change, if we can't get it in, we'll make that change at first interim. So on June 1st is the board meeting. You'll have public hearings and the review of, and this is the order, LCAP goes first. And then you have EPA, which is Prop 30, the Education Protection Account. That's the Prop 30 money. And then we have the budget itself, the budget adoption. So it's not us, this is from the state. This is the order that it has to be in. And then on June 15th, we actually have the adoption of the 3 items. Again, LCAP, EPA, budget. Questions?
Thank you, Dr. Clark.
You're welcome.
Trustees, any questions? Okay. Any community comments? None? Discussion?
I'll just mention I'm going to the Capital Advisors Group budget presentation next week. I don't know if anybody else is, and I'll see if I can bring back some extra handouts. I don't know if that would be helpful to people, but yeah.
Thank you, Madam Wheeler. Anyone else? Nope. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Clark. Board updates.
I turned mine in, my report into Ms. Loca. I'm very interested in hearing from those of you who went to the Jerry Hill roundtable. So that's, I'll cede my time.
Thank you, Madam Wheeler. Anyone else? No? Okay.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
So President Gutierrez and I stayed at Crittenden's event long enough to see the amazing Star Wars themed performance of classic John Williams Star Wars music, complete with lightsaber looking, violin bows and so forth. The lights all went down and then everybody was playing their instruments and there were all these lightsabers moving around in the dark up on stage. It's pretty cool.
Did I hear you say classy John Williams?
Classic John Williams.
Classic
Yeah,
John
John Williams
All right.
themes. Yep.
Oh, you could tell the energy that night was just strong and they're into it. So if that's the first performance you get with that type of energy, I can't wait how this is going to play out for years to come. That's totally awesome.
So between us, some of us covered the front end and some of us
Yes.
covered the back end.
Yes. I took a
There
video
you
of
go.
the Star Wars thing in case you want to see it.
Nice.
Showed my kids.
In terms of the Jerry Hill event, it was a little feisty. The news from the governor was positive for the most part in terms of the prediction for the future and the allocation of monies toward the schools themselves. But I think the issue that we all collectively shared with Senator Hill was we're in the middle of Silicon Valley and we still have a problem trying to fund public education. There's no easy way around it. Every single school district that we heard of is saying that if the numbers play out, San Mateo County, for example, has, I think, 22 out of 23 schools already spending budget deficit spending. That's worrisome. If the economy were not to go so well, it's going to get worse, right? We were one of the lucky ones that had our partial tax approved. They did not have theirs approved. That's a huge issue. So in the end, what we tried to share with Senator Hill was something simple. we need to re-examine how this is looked at. We need to try and come up with a presentation to other senators, other members of the state government to let them know just because we're in the Silicon Valley doesn't mean that we have it easy. If anything at all, you have a multi-pronged effect of everything that goes on in society playing out in the school districts. Affordable housing is an issue. Stagnant wages are an issue. The achievement gap is an issue. The money given to us to tackle all these issues all at once is not enough. It's Band-Aid money. There's no real, there's no benefit in an unfunded mandate. Stop doing it, right? And we said this in a nice way, but in a way where he could also share that with everyone else outside of our bubble, because they look at us as being at the forefront of everything without realizing that, sure, we may be there, but look, we have our issues, and these are legitimate issues. And if we can't find a way to fund public education in a manner that's effective for everyone in this area, I hate to think how it's going to be like everywhere else in the state, and in areas that are not as well off as ours, quote unquote. Ms. Wilson?
My takeaway was just, it seemed like a lot of the things that were presented to him, not a lot, several, which were fairly key, were surprising. And to me, what I spoke up about, which, and I'm not sure how it was received, is that if everything's being filtered through him, then there needs to be a coalition built of Bay Area school districts or county at the county level, and you really need to get things onto a 1 or 2 page bullet list. These are the issues, because once you start getting up to those levels, they can't handle these massive amounts of information. It just isn't going to happen, and nothing will happen. But bullet pointed items of some of the key issues and getting people together to form a coalition to decide what those are and what should be communicated, I think would be effective. I deal with this at the federal level all the time. I mean, they literally say 1 or 2 sentences, we need to know what you're doing and what
Right.
needs to be proponed for the people who will make the decisions about the dollars. And they don't want to get into the nitty gritty of most of it, but they want to know, where is everybody in agreement and where can we invest? And they trust your judgment because you are the experts. And to me, that was my takeaway, was there needed to be a more clever conduit of information, not just to go to him, but to maybe more people outside of them, just him as the representative.
And we also came up with the idea of, and we threw this out there to see how it would be received, an education summit in Silicon Valley. Have him and other senators come on over. Let us give you our perspective. Each school district can give you a quick 5-minute presentation or what have you, plus additional handouts of information with the bullet points in general. But come to our neck of the woods to find out what we're going through, so that you'll be able to understand how this plays out, not just in our area, but how this could also affect you in your own area, whether it's Southern California or other parts of California. We're all on the same team, but we don't seem to understand that the urgency behind our requests are not made up. They're real. And if we don't address them sooner rather than later, we're all in trouble. Anyone else? No? Okay. Thank you, board members. Items for future agenda. There's 3 listed. Creation of the ad hoc board subcommittee to discuss development of potential new school sites, board policy number 3312, contracts and after-school programming. Outside of that, I don't think that we have any other potential agenda issues, unless you all would like to add on.
I think it's fine to wait till the fall for these things.
Okay.
I mean, does anybody disagree?
No.
Well, the ad hoc subcommittee to discuss development of potential new school sites, I don't think we can take our eye off that ball. I don't know if we need to get the committee. I don't think we can just passively wait until.
Right.
It's too late.
That's all.
Yeah, let's not do that.
So I think if I understood Dr. Rudolph correctly, we can probably add that on in either the next meeting or the one thereafter.
Oh, boy.
Not the 15th.
Oh, no, I think it's doable because at this
Well,
point we have.
it's just creating a committee, right? I mean,
Yeah,
it's not-
exactly. So it's not.
So
gonna
it
take
should
that
be a
long.
brief item.
It's going to be pretty fast.
2 minute.
I would be
2
surprised
minute
if there's
item.
a hardcore debate over that, but.
Yeah, let's do that one.
Dr. Rudolph?
That's a pretty important one.
You want that one on?
Yes.
Yeah, let's do that.
And, okay, board policy 3312, contracts.
That one seems okay for now.
Okay. And then
We can wait for the after-school programming.
after-school programming can wait till. next
After
year
the
also?
budget's adopted, I guess.
Yeah.
Next year also?
Sure.
Well, these next 2 meetings are gonna be pretty packed. so-
Right.
We understand that.
Yeah, I would, even though we'll have a review and discussion for boundaries, I have a feeling that
Might go long.
it might go long.
That happens.
Understood. Okay, thank you. Thank you, board members. Thank you for your cooperation. And then we have listed there the future board meeting dates, June 1st, June 15th, and the related subject matters. Let's see, at this point in time, if there is.
Dr. Rudolph probably wants to make one comment about the location of those two meetings.
Oh, go ahead.
Correct. Just a reminder that this is officially our last board meeting in this location ever.
Can somebody take some pictures?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hold on.
We don't have
So-
to sit in these
Yeah, actually,
chairs
that's a
for
good
4
idea.
hours again.
I know, right?
Yeah, we'll look for better chairs.
Let's do that.
Sure, I'll take a
And
picture. of
these
y'all.
people
And
don't
then,
have to sit in those chairs either.
And we will be in Crittenden with a backup plan for Graham if needed.
From over where you're sitting.
Or,
Yeah. That's a different perspective.
It's like the before.
It's like flashing now.
What happened?
It's like flashing.
push the button.
Just push the button. I can't.
Come on.
It's like going like this.
Bye, Kim.
Okay, here we go. All right, here we go.
It's kind of an exciting thing that it's the last one.
Last one. Everybody on three. 1, 2, 3.
Do you think it worked?
Just trying to tell everybody something.
1, 2, 3.
Is it-
No, that didn't work either.
Somebody else have a phone that works?
Here, I'll use mine.
All right.
I know how to work that.
What happened to my camera?
Well, I wasn't sure if it took.
Okay, I'll check. This one will work.
Do we need to adjourn the meeting too?
Soon, soon.
1, 2, 3. There you go.
All right.
Thank you much. Thank you much. Oh,
Thank you.
We got a picture over there on that side. Everyone look over there. Madam Wheeler,
There you go.
Ellen,
The
that looks
new
cool.
banner.
Tamara, Ellen, we got a picture.
Okay, one more.
Thank you
All
much.
righty.
Okay.
Okay, so at 9:56 p.m., this meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
But I was just like, if you're using the coffee.
It started out, yeah, nice and cool.